Chapter 232. The food had been prepared a long time ago. Guo Sufei watched as her youngest son sat still and did not wake up. She was helpless and could only worry by the side. She was afraid that her son would wake up and be hungry, so she made fresh food every day. When her son woke up, he would be able to eat delicious food. However, Zhang Xiaohua had not woken up these days, so Zhang Xiaohu took advantage of the pork belly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the piping hot food in front of him and couldn't help but feel hungry. However, when he really started eating, he didn't eat much before he wasn't hungry anymore. He only ate a few pieces of his favorite pork belly. However, he ate a few more mouthfuls of some fresh vegetables. Seeing her son put down his chopsticks after eating a few mouthfuls, Guo Sufei quickly asked, "Xiaohua, is it not delicious? Mother will make more for you. Tell me, what do you want to eat?" Looking at his mother's flustered appearance, Zhang Xiaohua quickly stopped her and said, "Mother, I'm really not hungry. Although my stomach is growling, I'm not hungry after eating a few mouthfuls." "Really?" Guo Sufei certainly didn't believe it and wanted to go out in a panic. Zhang Xiaohua had to pull his mother and sit down to eat the vegetables. Seeing her son wolfing down the food, Guo Sufei calmed down. After finishing the meal, Zhang Xiaohua drank 2 mouthfuls of water and calmed down. Looking at everyone's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak, but Guo Sufei said, "Xiaohua, don't say anything. We know you are practicing martial arts. You must be tired after practicing for so long. Go to sleep first." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Mother, I'm really not tired. I don't need to sleep. We can practice internal strength instead of sleeping." How could Guo Sufei believe it? Even if Zhang Xiaohu patted his chest and guaranteed it, it didn't stop Guo Sufei's love. Zhang Xiaohua was forcibly dragged to the east wing by Guo Sufei, which was where Zhang Kai and his wife lived. Guo Sufei pressed her on the Kong bed and made her rest. Zhang Xiaohua originally didn't want to close her eyes, but seeing her mother sitting by the Kong bed, looking at her with heartache, she had no choice but to close her eyes. How could Zhang Xiaohua fall asleep at this moment? Out of boredom, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the divine sense that he had just learned. With a thought, his divine sense spread out like a big net. The entire Zhang family's small courtyard was within the range of Zhang Xiaohua's control. It was as if he was standing high on the roof and could see all the movements in the small courtyard. He saw his mother lovingly looking at him. He also saw that in the central room, his father and Mr. Liu were drinking tea and talking about something. His eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law were also asking his second brother something. His second brother was talking and laughing, and from time to time, he would talk to his father. The horse that he rode back was tied to a big tree in the courtyard, eating fodder with relish. In the pigsty and chicken coop behind the house, the livestock and poultry were all living peacefully. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the central room again, he was surprised to find that he could actually feel the vitality in the tea. Thinking of this, he swept his divine sense into the kitchen again. Sure enough, the faint vitality in the water jar was the spring water from the well. This discovery made Zhang Xiaohua very happy. In the future, he didn't need to sit cross-legged and use the Carefree Heart Sutra to sense vitality. He could use his divine sense anytime and anywhere. After playing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't lie down anymore. She opened her eyes and sat up. Guo Sufei rebuked, "Xiaohua, why did you only sleep for a while? How can this be? Lie down for a while." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Mother, I suddenly thought of something. I can't sleep anymore. Let's go out. I'll tell father." Guo Sufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua insisted on not sleeping. She guessed that there really was something, so she didn't force him and led her son back to the central room. After entering the central room, Zhang Xiaohua took out her money pouch from her bosom and poured out some scattered silver. She also took out some small banknotes from her bosom and gave them to her father with a smile. She said, "Father, this is some silver I got from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Please take it. Zhang Kai took a look and smiled, no need. Little Blossom, your second brother already gave me your money a few days ago. You can keep these for yourself. When you go out, you spend a lot of money. You and your second brother have places where you need money. I've already accepted your second brother's money. You two brothers can use these for yourselves. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She turned her head and asked Zhang Xiaohu, second brother, the small package I put on the Kong, you didn't touch it, right? Zhang Xiaohu said, I never touch your things. It should still be on your Kong. I've been worried about you these past few days, so I didn't pay attention to it. What, is there something valuable inside? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't speak. She went out to get it. When Zhang Xiaohua came back, she put the small package on the table and untied the knot, revealing the things inside. Everyone was stunned. Other than a pile of banknotes, there was nothing else in that small package. When everyone came back to their senses, Zhang Kai's face was as cold as ice. He asked, Xiaohua, what's going on? You couldn't have. Before he finished speaking, she cut off Guo Sufei and said, Child's father, what are you thinking? Is our family's Xiaohua that kind of person? Then, with some surprise and some joy, she asked, Xiaohua, what's going on? Tell Nyangqin properly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her mother's trusting eyes and said, Father, Mother, these are all from the Misty School and Huanqi Manor. Don't worry, they came from a clean source. Zhang Xiaohu had seen the plot of Zhang Xiaohua extorting the mountain bandits. He didn't dare to believe it and asked tentatively, why didn't I know about these banknotes? Zhang Xiaohua said in a bad mood, Second brother, if you have the ability, you can win against that Yuan Xing boss. O will definitely reward you like this. Zhang Xiaohu shrank his head and said, Hee, I knew you didn't work in vain in the arena. Arena? Everyone was puzzled again. Zhang Xiaolong curiously asked, what's going on? Xiaohu, Xiaohua, why didn't you mention it a few days ago? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, I didn't say. I didn't want you to worry. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a friendly match between two gangs. Hurry up and say it. Say it completely. Guo Sufei said angrily. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only recount the events of the martial arts exhibition from beginning to end. He even recounted the events of Chang'e and the others in full detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care, but when she heard Chang'e's name, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly felt her heart burning. Her face was a little red and her expression was very unnatural. Everyone listened attentively. Only Lu Qian was very sensitive and felt Zhang Xiaohu's strangeness. It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was very powerful. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's story, Guo Sufei's heart was scared and her face was a little pale. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, Oh right, I forgot to say. The people I fought with were all children around 10 years old. You guys can rest assured. Hearing this, everyone's hearts settled back into their stomachs. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua was already 14 years old. If he fought with him, wouldn't it be obvious that he was bullying him? They had directly forgotten that Zhang Xiaohua had just started learning martial arts. It was just that age was a problem. Guo Sufei probed, just because you defeated 2 younger monks, the Misty School's gang leader rewarded you with so much money? Then, she turned around and asked Zhang Xiaohu, what about you? Why didn't you win? Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, Mother, that monk is older than me. Guo Sufei suddenly said, Oh, so it's like that. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, It's not like that. Mother, the Misty School rewarded me with 1,000 taels of silver. They are all 10 taels of silver for one. There are also 2,000 taels of silver from the Huanqi Manor. They are 5 taels of silver for one. In fact, 1,000 taels of silver is enough to reward me. According to the manor head, the key was that when I saved her last time, she felt that the 100 taels of silver I took was too little. She felt guilty, so she gave me an extra 1,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. Everyone was dizzy, including Mr. Lu. This was an incomparably huge sum. The shock that the Zhang family received from Zhang Xiaohua last time had not yet passed. This time, Zhang Xiaohua brought back another 3,000 taels. This truly shocked the Zhang family to the core. After a long time, Zhang Kai finally came to his senses. This huge amount of money really belonged to his family. He indicated to Guo Sufei to put away the silver, but Guo Sufei hesitated for a moment. Then, she trembled and tightly held the small package in her hands. She walked back to the east room and came out after a long time. At this time, Guo Sufei's expression had already returned to normal. She even held a few silver notes in her hand. She walked in front of Lu Qian and handed it to her, saying, Qian, you have been married into our Zhang family for so many years. It has really been hard on you. This is 200 taels of silver. Take it and buy some accessories. When Lu Qian heard this, her face flushed red. She hurriedly declined, Mother, look at what you are saying. I came to our Guozhuang house not for money. You are treating me like an outsider. Zhang Kai also nodded and said, Qian, take it. Originally, these silver taels of silver should be kept by you. But Xiaolong's two younger brothers are not married yet. This silver taels of silver have to be kept. So, I let your mother keep it first. You can use it as pocket money. Lu Qian looked at Zhang Xiaolong and then kept the silver notes. When she heard this, Guo Sufei's face revealed a trace of gloominess. She asked with some worry, Xiaohu, you are practicing martial arts in Pingyang City. When will you be able to return to the Guozhuang house? A few days ago, there were a few ladies who proposed marriage to me. You are not young anymore. You should consider it. Mother is also anxious to hold a grandson. Zhang Xiaohu's face darkened. He said angrily, Mother, I am still young. Let's talk about these things in the future. Moreover, where did they go back then? They saw that I came back first and wanted to join in the fun. I am not going to do it. When Lu Qian heard Guo Sufei's words, she also lowered her head deeply. She held the silver notes tightly in her hand and did not say a word. Zhang Kai sighed and smoked again. Mr. Lu also had an awkward expression. He picked up the teacup and drank continuously. Zhang Xiaolong looked at Lu Qian lovingly. For a moment, the whole house was silent. Even if a needle fell to the ground, it would make a sound. Chapter 233. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the atmosphere in the room was very dignified. Naturally, he knew what had happened at home, but this kind of thing was not something he could control. Suddenly, his heart moved. He released his divine sense and scanned Lu Qian's body. Since his divine sense could pass through objects, he didn't know if he could feel inside his sister-in-law's body. The result was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to explain. Lu Qian's whole body exuded an extremely faint aura of vitality, and in her body, there was a small dot that contained a slightly strong aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua scanned everyone in the room one by one with his divine sense. He found that except for Zhang Xiaohu, everyone's body exuded a faint aura of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood that this vitality must be from the spring water that the family drank every day. The vitality in the spring water was introduced into the family's body, which caused their spirit and body to not age. The small dot of vitality in his sister-in-law's body must be his future little nephew. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua coughed and said, Mother, you don't have to be too anxious. Second brother is in the Misty School and is a direct disciple. He has a lot of things that are not up to him to decide. You should go back to the family as soon as possible. Moreover, isn't there big brother and sister-in-law here? Guo Sufei listened and looked at Lu Qian. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua continued to say, Is it because sister-in-law's health is not good? She used to study at home, but now she is always working in the fields in the Guizhuang house. How can she be tired? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Zhang Xiaolong said, "Your sister-in-law's health is very good. She used to work a lot and let the doctors in the medical hall see her. They all said that she was fine, and her period hasn't come for half a year. It's no wonder that mother is worried." Hearing this, Lu Qian's face became even redder. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of period. Seeing his sister-in-law so embarrassed, he knew that it was a woman's matter. Naturally, he wouldn't ask more. However, he smiled and comforted her. "Well, sister-in-law, if you don't worry, let me take a look. The internal strength I practice has the part of checking the meridians of the human body. I also have some small achievements in this internal strength practice, so I can see some clues. What do you think?" When he said this, most of the people in the hall believed him. Anyone who saw Zhang Xiaohua's closed-door practice for 9 days and 9 nights knew that he was very powerful. However, Zhang Xiaohu was not convinced. Martial arts were martial arts, and medical skills were medical skills. They were completely different. Even if the internal strength was profound, it could only check the meridians. He had never heard that the meridians had anything to do with pregnancy. Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and was about to say something. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's confident look, he didn't dare to say anything. His little brother had always been mysterious. Even if he practiced a messy boxing skill, he could get the appreciation of Master O. Maybe he really had some confidence. Besides, it was also a good choice to say a few nice words to fool the old lady. Lu Qian was also full of expectation and asked, "Of course, Xiaohua, what do you want me to do?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Just give me your hand. It's just like taking the pulse." When Lu Qian heard this, she quickly walked to the table and put her hand in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stretched out 2 fingers and pretended to put it on Lu Qian's wrist. He released his divine sense again. In fact, he had already seen it just now. This time, he just wanted to confirm it. When his divine sense penetrated into the small point full of vitality, Zhang Xiaohua could actually feel the vitality inside. It was a kind of vitality that soared to the sky. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was even more nervous about his guess. He closed his eyes like a doctor. After a while, when he felt that it was about time, he let go of her hand. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, he said, "Congratulations, sister-in-law." Lu Qian didn't speak. Zhang Xiaolong asked, "Xiaohua, is it true? Why do I feel that you are not reliable?" Guo Sufei scolded, "Xiaolong, don't talk. Let's see what Xiaohua has to say." When Zhang Xiaohua saw that his mother supported him, he couldn't help but stick out his chest and said, "It's like this. Big brother and sister-in-law, our well water is very delicious, isn't it? But it's definitely not just delicious. It's a treasure. I won't say the specific details. Big brother, don't you see that father and mother haven't aged much in these few years? Even Mr. Lu has a strong character. Sister-in-law has been drinking this well water, so it has a little impact on sister-in-law. This impact is a very good impact. I have checked sister-in-law's body according to the secret method of my internal strength. Not only there is no problem, but I also want to solemnly announce that sister-in-law is really pregnant." "Really?" Guo Sufei was stunned. "It can't be." Zhang Xiaolong didn't believe it. Zhang Xiaohu even curled his lips and said in his heart, "If it's about meridians, I can still believe it. But directly going to the main topic, I don't believe it no matter what." Zhang Xiaohua saw that her family members had different expressions. She clapped her hands and said, "I guarantee with my personality that what I said is absolutely true. It's just that this little thing is still very small now. It is trying its best to absorb the good things in the spring water. Maybe when it absorbs enough, it will grow up. At that time, you will see it. Then, do I still dare to drink the well water?" Lu Qian was a little skeptical and asked. Of course you have to drink, and you have to drink more. If not, I don't know when my little nephew or niece will come out. Zhang Xiaohua said firmly. So it's like this. Lu Qian was a little hesitant. She couldn't always drink water. Zhang Xiaohua saw her sister-in-law's look, and she seemed to understand her meaning. The vitality in the spring water was too thin. If the fetus really needed this vitality, it was really hard to say how much water it could drink. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Isn't there an incredible vitality stone in the field on the south slope? Can't I just knock a piece from it and bring it to my sister-in-law? However, the vitality of the vitality stone was restrained, and there wasn't much vitality emitted. She didn't know if it would work. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua asked everyone to wait for a while, and she went out to the south slope. In the crops on the south slope, the vitality stone was still there, and no one paid attention to it. Zhang Xiaohua walked around the vitality stone for a long time, and she also took the stone and smashed it for a long time, but it seemed that no vitality stone was chipped off. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua thought of her small sword. She took out the small sword from her arms and stabbed it at the corner of the vitality stone. A warm current flowed into the small sword from her left arm. The usually invincible small sword also suffered a setback this time, so Zhang Xiaohua persevered and stabbed dozens of times at the same point of the vitality stone. Returning to the central room, everyone was waiting impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw his money pouch on the table. He reached out for it and casually swept his divine sense over the money pouch. This inadvertent sweep stunned Zhang Xiaohua. The money pouch was emitting a faint circle of yuan qi. Could it be that this money pouch was a treasure? However, now was not the time to check. Since the purse didn't work, Zhang Xiaohua had to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you have any purse or silk bag?" Lu Qian was puzzled and said, "Yes." Then she took out a small silk bag from the west room. Zhang Xiaohua took it and put the vitality stone in it. Then she said to Lu Qian, "Sister-in-law, you wear this silk bag close to your body. It may be useful for children." Lu Qian carefully took it and walked into the west room. She hid it close to her body and then came back. Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness swept. Sure enough, the vitality stone in the silk bag actually established a connection with the small dot in Lu Qian's body. A trace of vitality entered the small dot through Lu Qian's body. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to take her pulse and said, "Sister-in-law, it's like this. It's really useful for the fetus. Don't leave this silk bag in the future." Lu Qian nodded solemnly. Zhang Xiaohua initially had the mood of watching the fun. But seeing Zhang Xiaohua become more and more serious, he was confused. This younger brother of his really has such a magical ability? After Zhang Xiaohua finished instructing Lu Qian, she picked up her purse from the table and put it into her arms. His hand touched another object in his bosom. He thought for a moment and took it out. He said to Zhang Xiaolong, "Big brother, I don't have anything good to give to my nephew. This fist manual is mine. Let's give it to him as his first gift in this world." Finished speaking, she handed the Big Dipper magical fist manual to Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Xiaohua, what kind of joke is this? He hasn't even taken shape yet and you're giving him something now." Zhang Xiaohua laughed, "It's because of this that you can see my concern. This is his first gift in this world. I'm sure he'll remember me for the rest of his life." Finished speaking, she forced the fist manual into Zhang Xiaolong's hands. Guo Sufei laughed, "Xiaohua is so considerate. As a grandmother, I'm going to fall behind." Zhang Kai said, "Xiaolong, this is Xiaohua's kind intention. Just accept it. When the child grows up, let Xiaohua and Xiaohu teach him martial arts." Mr. Lu also said, "Yes, just accept it. After I enlighten him, I'll let him look at this fist manual." Only Zhang Xiaohua bared his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, you're good. A fist manual is enough to send him off. What do you want me to give him? Zhang Xiaolong saw that everyone was saying this, so he could only hand the fist manual to Lu Qian. Lu Qian was so smart. She knew that Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't fool her. Since Zhang Xiaohua knew something that even the doctors in the medical hall didn't know, and even put something in the silk bag for her to hide, and more importantly, a woman's unreasonable seventh sense told her that this fist manual wasn't ordinary. So she took the fist manual and carefully hid it in the back room. Only then did she come out to talk to everyone. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her sister-in-law treasured it so much and was happy. She secretly thought, this fist manual is useless in my hands. If it can be passed down, it can be considered a family heirloom of the Zhang family. Hee, if many people learn it, maybe in a few decades, there will be a beta school. Ha, just thinking about it makes me happy. Chapter 234. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was fantasizing about the inheritance of her fist technique in the future, and not to mention that Mr. Lu and Zhang Xiaolong were envious of martial arts. They kept asking Zhang Xiaohu endlessly. Let's talk about Guo Sufei. She liked Lu Qian very much as her daughter-in-law. Everything was good when she married into the family, but her belly was still not there, which made her unhappy. If it was in another family, this mother-in-law would have already said vicious words, but Guo Sufei was not such an unreasonable person. Lu Qian also did all kinds of things very well. This made Guo Sufei bury her thoughts in her heart and not let others know. Today, when she talked about Zhang Xiaohu, she inadvertently pointed it out in her words. She thought that she was still a distance away from being a grandmother, but she didn't know that Lu Qian was already pregnant. So, Guo Sufei had already scolded the doctor in the medical hall thousands of times in her heart. In her eyes, Lu Qian was a model daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. After waiting for a cup of tea's time, Guo Sufei couldn't help but say, Qian, you have been sitting for a long time. Maybe you are tired. Go back to the room and lie down. Lu Qian said with a red face, Mother, I'm not tired. Xiaohua just came back. Sit for a while and talk. Guo Sufei said, he is a child. He only knows how to be naughty. He didn't greet us when he was practicing martial arts. Anyway, there is nothing now. He will be at home for a long time. You are different from before. You have to be careful. Rest more and pay more attention to your meals. By the way, what do you want to eat? Tell Mother, I will cook for you. Lu Qian said shyly, Mother, there is really no need. I haven't felt anything yet. Maybe Xiaohua saw wrongly. It is not necessarily. Guo Sufei said, Xiaohua has never lied since he was a child. I believe what he said. You should go to the inner room to rest. When Zhang Xiaohua heard her mother praising her, she couldn't help but blush. She didn't expect that she still had such an honest image in her mother's heart. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with being honest. Moreover, it seemed that there were many times when he was honest in the past few years. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and said, Nyangqin, it's still early. Sister-in-law just got pregnant. Why let her rest so early? Isn't it good for the fetus to move around more? Guo Sufei said, what do you know? My experience must be passed down. By the way, Xiaohua, since you can read and write now, why don't you write? Turn this experience into words and make it into a booklet and give it to Qianqian for safekeeping. It will be passed down to the next generation just like your boxing manual. When our Zhang family becomes a big family in the future, this will be our heirloom. What do you think? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she didn't have any expression. She looked at the sky outside and said, Mother, it's going to rain outside. I'm going to collect the clothes. After saying that, he quickly walked out. When Guo Sufei saw Zhang Xiaohua leave, she turned to Lu Qian and said, Qianqian, what do you think of my idea? Lu Qian smiled and said, Mother, I'll listen to you and go to rest first. After saying that, she also went into the inner room. When Zhang Xiaohu saw Guo Sufei looking at him, he quickly said, "Mother, the 2 horses outside need to be fed. I'd better go and add some fodder for them. Don't let them starve." Zhang Xiaolong also quickly said, "Mother, I'll go and see Qianqian and communicate with the child. I heard that early children can hear their father's voice. The children born are very smart." Not long after, everyone in the room found an excuse and ran out. Guo Sufei looked at the empty central room and was not angry. She smiled and went into the eastern room. She took out a child's robe that had not yet taken shape and slowly made it. Zhang Xiaohua found an excuse to escape from the room. He turned around and went to the back of the room. He wanted to avoid his mother's nagging, but more importantly, his divine sense had found the fluctuation of energy in the money pouch. Naturally, he wanted to see if there was anything unusual inside. Of course, he couldn't look in front of people. Zhang Xiaohua found a bamboo by the side of the pond and sat down. He took out the money pouch he had seen in the cave from his bosom. He did not use his divine sense to check it. Instead, he poured out all the things inside. There was a shabby jade pendant, a small white stone, a pearl hair clip, and some other miscellaneous things. Seeing the pearl hair clip, a pretty little face appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. His face unconsciously revealed a smile, but then he was disappointed. He thought, "I don't know what little Meng is doing now. Maybe I won't be able to see her in this lifetime." After pouring out the things inside the money pouch, Zhang Xiaohua turned the money pouch upside down. He didn't find anything unusual. Could it be the things inside the money pouch? Zhang Xiaohua first picked up the jade pendant and looked left and right. He didn't find anything strange about it. Then he picked up the small stone. This thing was strange, but he couldn't find any clues. Just as he was about to change to something else, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became happy. He thought that because he released his divine sense, he found the difference in the money pouch. How could he just use his eyes to look at it? It seemed that he still couldn't adapt to the life of having divine sense. Thinking about it, he released his divine sense and wanted to sweep the small stone in his hand. Sure enough, the small stone emitted a faint yuan qi fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the wonderful use of divine sense from the Carefree Heart Sutra. He tried to immerse his divine sense into the small stone according to the instructions of the Carefree Heart Sutra, but the stone unexpectedly didn't have any reaction. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned. He was about to give up. At this time, the stone suddenly emitted a faint white light. Zhang Xiaohua quickly increased the output of his divine sense. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if his eyes were bright. He could actually see a lot of handwriting from the stone. It was as if he was reading a book. Zhang Xiaohua increased the output of his divine sense. The handwriting became clearer and clearer. When he saw it clearly, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These numerous handwriting were not the usual handwriting. It was actually the same handwriting on the waist tag of the Misty School. Fortunately, what kind of person was Zhang Xiaohua? He was the genius youth who used the Shuo Wen Jie Zi to enlighten himself. Although these ancient characters were not commonly used now, and not many people even recognized them, there were still many records in the Shuo Wen Jie Zi. It was just that everyone knew that these characters weren't used, so no one would really study them. No one would use the Shuo Wen Jie Zi to enlighten themselves and recite it from beginning to end. Therefore, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to recognize them, it was impossible. Moreover, when Zhang Xiaohua was recuperating at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, other than reading the Fist Manual, young Master Li Jinfeng often gave him those old books from the academy. Among them, there were 2 books written with these ancient characters. But to be able to see the handwriting on the stone as if he was reading a book, this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua encountered. He couldn't help but be surprised. When Zhang Xiaohua concentrated on reading, he saw a row of large characters in front of him, elementary alchemy. He couldn't help but be stunned. Alchemy? What was that? Alchemy? Elementary? Zhang Xiaohua was confused. But when he continued to read, it seemed to be a general outline or preface. Looking at it, Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. The things written in this preface, Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of before. Moreover, the words were obscure and very different from the ancient book he had read before. The words used were very different, so he simply didn't know what was written. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it for a while and gave up. However, it seemed that in this preface, he saw the two words medicinal herbs, which attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. He decided to find some time to study it carefully. Putting away the small stone, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to sweep the hair clip again, but he didn't find any fluctuations of primordial qi. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the broken jade pendant. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the jade pendant also had a very faint fluctuation of primordial qi. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised. The heaven and earth primordial qi was thin. Before he had his divine sense, he didn't find anything. Now that he had his divine sense, how could strange things appear one after another? Picking up the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua already had his previous experience, so he directly immersed his divine sense into it. After waiting for a long time, the jade pendant also flashed and Zhang Xiaohua saw the contents of the jade pendant. This jade pendant was different from the small stone. The records in the small stone were very complete, and not a single word was missing. But the records in this jade pendant were very incomplete. Only the first half of the picture was drawn, and the drawing was also very vague. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua looked at it, he couldn't understand what was drawn. When he looked down, there were only some words, and the words were vague and even more incomprehensible. Until the end, there was a passage of about 300 or 400 words, which was relatively complete. When he looked carefully, it was the earth escape technique. The ancient method of writing the word escape was very complicated. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time before he remembered it. But even if he knew how to read it and knew what was this earth escape technique? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua could also recognize the 300 or 400 words of the incantation. It seemed to be about how to operate and how to use it, but although he knew it, he didn't understand it. After looking at it for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from it and carefully put it into his clothes. When he had time, he would study it himself. Then, Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the rest of the scattered things one by one. There were no more fluctuations of primordial qi, so he wanted to put them all into the money bag. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua casually swept his divine sense over the money bag, he found that the money bag was still emitting primordial qi fluctuations. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He remembered that he had already taken out all the things in the money bag, and seemed to have turned the money bag upside down. How could there still be primordial qi fluctuations? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Could it be that the fluctuations of the money bag itself? So Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, and immersed his divine sense into it. At first, there was no movement, but when Zhang Xiaohua expanded his divine sense, suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a space half the size of his small house appeared in his mind. Chapter 235. It was a small space. It was flat, like a big box. However, this box was too big. It was half the size of Zhang Xiaohua's hut. It was very neat and tidy. Besides a small three-tiered shelf, there was nothing else. On the shelf, there were a lot of porcelain bottles, very neatly arranged, and under the shelf, there were a few crooked bottles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned, and simply did not have the mind to look at the things on the shelf. He just looked at the small money bag in his hand, and used his spiritual awareness to feel the space inside the money bag, which was almost bigger than the chicken coop in the Zhang family's small courtyard. He felt incomparably inconceivable. What the hell was going on? Was there another world hidden in this money bag? When Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his spiritual awareness, the money bag was restored to an ordinary money bag, and Zhang Xiaohua could not find any flaws, but when Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness penetrated again, he once again saw the space inside the money bag. This was repeated several times, and it never failed. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought, this money bag was used to store things, so was that space the place to store things? So, he withdrew his spiritual awareness, and put the pearl hair clip into the money bag. But when he released his spiritual awareness again, he did not see any pearl hair clip in the space. Looking again with his eyes, the pearl hair clip was still in the money bag. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but understand, this money bag seemed to have two places to put things, one could be seen with the eyes, and the other could be seen with the spiritual awareness. However, Zhang Xiaohua's problem came again, the place that could be seen with the eyes, was put with the hand, but the place that could be seen with the spiritual awareness, what was the method used to put things in? Zhang Xiaohua held the pearl hair clip in his hand, and put it in the money bag, but could not put it in the space. If there was nothing in the space, Zhang Xiaohua may think that it was impossible to put things in, but there was something in the space, indicating that there must be a method to put it in, but, what was this method? Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bored, and swept the shelf in the space with his spiritual awareness. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a bright idea, since he did not know how to put things in, but if he knew how to take things out, then wouldn't it be the same? So, Zhang Xiaohua began to try to take things out, since this space could only be entered by the spiritual awareness, presumably taking things out must be related to the spiritual awareness. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua thought of when he had just woken up from seclusion, and the feeling of sweeping the field crops with his spiritual awareness, as if he had an extra hand, he could touch everything in the field. However, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be unable to use his divine sense to sense this space and use his divine sense to pick up things. Thinking of the Worry-Free Heart Sutra about the use of spiritual awareness, Zhang Xiaohua temporarily withdrew his spiritual awareness from the money bag, and first recalled the skills in the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, and then practiced outside, and then once again immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag. This time, while Zhang Xiaohua was perceiving the money bag, he also divided a trace of his spiritual awareness, and wrapped it around a porcelain bottle on the shelf, wanting to take it out of the space. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness was just able to leave the body, and was really weak. How could he take this real object? Even if Zhang Xiaohua used all his strength, he used all his strength, that porcelain bottle still didn't move. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be anxious, and secretly said in his heart, "Come out." Just as this thought arose in his mind, that porcelain bottle suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's other hand that wasn't holding anything. Zhang Xiaohua's hand suddenly had something appear, and he was so scared that he almost threw it away. Fortunately, his eyes were very sharp now, and he saw it clearly the moment he threw it away. Zhang Xiaohua curiously put the porcelain bottle in front of his eyes, and observed it up and down. This was a small bottle carved out of jade. It looked exquisite, and it was warm to the touch. Even a layman could see that it was extraordinary. But it was a bottle used to hold things, and presumably the things inside were even more extraordinary. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could only guess this point, because that jade bottle was empty. Since he knew how to take things from the space, naturally he also knew how to put things from the outside into the space. Zhang Xiaohua followed suit, and used his spiritual awareness to wrap around the porcelain bottle in his hand. At the same time, he also immersed his spiritual awareness into the money bag, and thought, "Put it in." Sure enough, that jade bottle suddenly disappeared, and entered the money bag. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua burst into laughter, this thing was really fun. In the future, if he hid something in the money bag, he was afraid that no one would be able to find it. Thinking, Zhang Xiaohua took out that small stone and the broken jade pendant from his bosom, and put them into the space of the money bag. Then, subconsciously, he also took out the hair clip from the money bag, and put it together into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, if there were people who could use their spiritual awareness, wouldn't this money bag become a public thing? Anyone who could perceive this money bag, wouldn't they be able to take things from it? However, just as this idea just arose, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. If this money bag was really like that, who would put things inside? So Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag on the ground, and also wanted to try to take things from it, but his spiritual awareness could only sense the fluctuations of the yuan qi on the money bag, and couldn't immerse it. When Zhang Xiaohua took the money bag in his hand, he was able to perceive the space of the money bag. So it was like this. Since he knew that others couldn't casually take things from his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved, and carefully counted the things in the money bag. Although his spiritual awareness couldn't move the jade bottles, but he could see the things in the jade bottles. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade bottles one by one, trying to find something from them, but when he almost finished looking at all the jade bottles on the shelf, he didn't find anything useful. Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, and finally, he saw a few crooked jade bottles at the bottom of the shelf. These jade bottles were different from the others. These jade bottles were sealed. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Presumably there was something inside. He took out one of the jade bottles. This jade bottle was clearly much coarser than the jade bottle from before, and the quality of the jade was also not on the same level. Presumably, the things inside wouldn't be the same as the things in the previous jade bottle. Zhang Xiaohua took the coarse jade bottle and looked around. On the top of the bottle, there were 3 carelessly written characters, Qi-generating pill. These 3 characters were also ancient characters, and seemed to be casually written. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips, and said in his heart, I reckon it's not some good stuff, even the name was written so casually. The mouth of the bottle was sealed, but now, how could it stump Zhang Xiaohua? He swept with his spiritual awareness, and sure enough, there were 3 medium-sized round things inside, which contained not weak yuan qi. If it was the Zhang Xiaohua who had never seen a yuan qi stone before, he would certainly be happy, and couldn't wait to take out these things, and swallow them whole. But now, Zhang Xiaohua's horizons were different. This insignificant yuan qi compared to a yuan qi stone was really insignificant, and it didn't arouse his interest in the slightest. Just as he was about to put the jade bottle back, he suddenly thought of the medicinal pills mentioned in the elementary alchemy book. Could it be that this qi-generating pill was the medicinal pill mentioned in the book? If it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood. Medicinal pills were originally medicinal pills that contained yuan qi, and the book also mentioned medicinal herbs. Presumably, this qi-generating pill was extracted from medicinal herbs. No wonder the Misty School had a specialized pharmacy for growing medicinal herbs. Presumably, those medicinal herbs were specifically used for alchemy. But how come the books he borrowed from O Yen in the Huanxi mountain villa were all about the cultivation of medicinal herbs, and he hadn't seen any books on alchemy? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the Misty School's deacons saying that the pharmacy's books weren't lent out. Presumably, those alchemy books were all in the pharmacy. Thinking of the pharmacy's deacon's face, Zhang Xiaohua lost his interest in reading the books. Forget it, he would first finish reading the book in his hand. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua put the jade bottle back into the space. Zhang Xiaohua put the money bag into his bosom, pulled out a green foxtail grass from the ground, and bit it with his teeth. Lying on the ground, he looked up at the white clouds in the sky, leisurely floating. He felt that his heart seemed to have forgotten something, but it was at the edge of his mind, and no matter how he thought, he couldn't remember it. At this time, a large piece of white clouds piled up in the southern sky, like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but daydream, how good would it be if I could lie among the white clouds in the sky? It must be much better than riding a cow. Crouching cow stone. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he climbed up from the ground with a zeng sound. That huge piece of primordial stone that looked like a crouching cow. Zhang Xiaohua instantly remembered what he had forgotten. This primordial stone might be useless to others, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was a real treasure. He had just woken up from meditation, and hadn't considered the problem of handling the primordial stone. That piece of primordial stone was incomparably huge, so he definitely couldn't move it away. But even if he could cut a few small primordial stones from above, who knew how many days it would be enough for him to absorb? He couldn't go back to the Guozhuang house every few days, right? Zhang Xiaohua was willing, but Huanxi Manor wouldn't do it. But if he left this primordial stone in the field, it would be exposed to the wind and rain. Zhang Xiaohua himself wouldn't do it. If by any chance it was carried away by others and used to tie cattle and sheep, wouldn't he regret it? Now, this small money bag actually had such a large space, it was simply a large warehouse that he could carry around with him. Didn't it just solve the problem of how to carry the huge primordial stone? But, he didn't know whether such a large and heavy primordial stone could be placed in this money bag. Would it burst this money bag, or was this money bag too heavy? It didn't matter if the money bag was heavy, Zhang Xiaohua could also lift it up. But if it was really heavy, how could he carry it in his arms? Chapter 236. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel excited. Although she knew that the Crouching Ox Rock had been in the field for more than 2 years and no one had noticed it, there were many rocks around the Guozhuang house. No one would take it away in such a short time. Moreover, what use would the rock have? But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if someone took advantage of the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was not around and had evil thoughts about the worthless rock? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more likely it was. She ran out from the back of the house and hurried out of the village. It was better for such a precious thing to fall into her purse first. Just as she ran to the front of the Zhang family's courtyard, she met the happy Zhang Xiaolong and the shy Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaolong was carrying a lot of things in his hands, but Lu Qian was walking behind him empty-handed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua running quickly, Zhang Xiaolong could not help but ask, "Xiaohua, why are you running so fast? Come and help me carry the things." Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "The things I want to get are more valuable than yours. I don't have time." She said, "Big brother, I have something urgent to do. Why don't you let sister-in-law carry it?" Zhang Xiaolong said angrily, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. How can she carry heavy things?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she slipped and almost fell. She said, "Big brother, is it necessary? It's still so small. It's still early." As she said this, she used the nail of her little finger to show it. Lu Qian blushed and said with a kind of happiness, "That's right. I didn't feel it at all. Let me carry it." Zhang Xiaolong said in surprise, "So small? You saw it?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth and said, "I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I just thought it was small." Then she said, "Forget it. I'm going. I'll be back in a while." After saying this, she ran away. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's back, Zhang Xiaolong shook his head and said, "This child." Lu Qian tugged at his sleeve and asked, "What happened to Xiaohua? His hair is so rough. He's already in his teens, but he still looks the same as when he was young." "Xiaolong, I don't think so. I think Xiaohua is quite mysterious." "Mysterious? How did you come up with this word? Think about it. Xiaohua went to Pingyang City with Xiaohu. Moreover, Xiaohu was the one who went to learn martial arts. Didn't I say that Xiaohua didn't practice martial arts?" Zhang Xiaolong nodded thoughtfully. Lu Qian continued, "But when I came back this time, I heard from my mother that he had just arrived at the entrance of the village. When he saw that my mother was about to fall, he immediately ran from the roadside to the entrance of the village." "How far is that? How could he run there so quickly?" "It must be the Qing Gong that they were talking about. I remember that a few years ago, Hero Wen and Heroine Shui's Qing Gong weren't that fast." Zhang Xiaolong asked curiously, "Why haven't I heard about this from my mother?" Lu Qian smiled and said, my mother was so happy at that time that she had forgotten about the strangeness of it. A few days ago, when Xiaohua was practicing martial arts, my mother was uneasy. When we were chatting, she mentioned this matter. I even used this to persuade her. Oh right, have you ever seen a person practicing martial arts for 9 days and 9 nights without stopping? Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly and said, I've never seen anyone from the Jianghu and I don't know anyone who practices martial arts. How would I know? Lu Qian smiled faintly and said, idiot, even if you don't know anyone, what about the books that you read? Zhang Xiaolong thought for a moment and said, Qian, since you asked me to read, I've also read a lot of books. There are serious books, recreational books, myths and ghosts, and anecdotes of the Jianghu. But I've never seen anything like that. Oh, that's not right. It seems that there are some myths that say that immortals who practice martial arts often go into closed-door training for months or even years. I've never seen anything like that in the anecdotes of the Jianghu. Lu Qian said, you haven't read much. Some of the biographies that talk about the Jianghu sometimes talk about closed-door training for 1 or 2 days. But I don't think I've heard of 9 days and 9 nights. For such a long time, he would be thirsty to death. But you haven't seen Xiaohua come home. My mother let him eat, but his appetite wasn't as good as usual. Don't you think that this is very strange? Suddenly, Lu Qian blushed and said, also, just now Xiaohua said that our boy is so small. Do you think that he can really see? Zhang Xiaolong wanted to wave his hand, but his hands were full of things and he couldn't move them. He could only shake his head and said, forget it. Xiaohua can't be so godly, but the more he said, the weaker his voice became. Finally, he added, oh, maybe. Immediately, he said with certainty, it's best if he can see. Let him see the child's situation every day and tell us about it. Moreover, Xiaohua is our biological brother. The more powerful he is, the happier we will be, right? Lu Qian said, yes, I really didn't expect that the little Xiaohua of the past would be so powerful now. Then, I think that when our boy grows up, we must let him practice the martial arts manual that he gave to our boy. I think he will have a bright future. Zhang Xiaolong laughed and said, why? Not letting him study and become a high-ranking official. Lu Qian said, idiot, do you know anything about both civil and martial arts? Zhang Xiaolong smiled apologetically and said, I don't know. I only know about civil and martial arts and husband and wife. Lu Qian blushed and looked around. She said, you're not serious. Let's go. Look, mother is coming out. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was not next to them. Otherwise, she would have burst out laughing. That day at the village entrance, she pulled her mother, but it was an unintentional act. In fact, Guo Sufei was exaggerating the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's qing gong had a breakthrough, but compared with when Wenhai and Shui Qing, there was still a big gap. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had run out of the village entrance. After crossing the small bridge, she looked around and saw that there was no one. Then, she immediately used qing gong to fly to her field. Before he even arrived, his divine sense had already swept in that direction like a waterfall. Fortunately, when his divine sense came into contact with the large amount of yuan qi contained in the primal stone, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was completely at ease. Arriving in front of the primeval stone, Zhang Xiaohua estimated the size of the primeval stone. She felt that it was more than enough to put it in the money bag. Only then did she take out the money bag. Just now, it was very difficult to take out a jade bottle from the space. Such a large and heavy primeval stone, she did not know if she could put it in. Zhang Xiaohua first immersed her divine sense into the money bag and felt the space. Then, she put her hand on the primeval stone. A wisp of divine sense wrapped around it. She used all her strength to put the primeval stone into the space. In fact, it was said that she used all her strength. How could Zhang Xiaohua know how to use divine sense to exert strength? Unsurprisingly, the primeval stone did not move at all. What was going on? Was it because the primeval stone was too big? But the space in the money bag was half the size of a house. It could definitely be put in. And it must be because the primeval stone was too heavy. But how could her divine sense move such a heavy thing? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. She was really stupid. Just now, she used a wisp of divine sense to take the jade bottle. Now, she used another wisp of divine sense. How could it work? So, Zhang Xiaohua left a wisp of divine sense to sense the space in the money bag. The rest of her divine sense was used to deal with the primeval stone. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was still very weak. It could just completely cover the entire primeval stone. After it was covered, Zhang Xiaohua manipulated her divine sense to move the primeval stone into the space. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved again. It was so difficult for her to put the primeval stone into the space in the money bag. If she took it out from inside, it would certainly not be easy. In the future, if she wanted to absorb energy, what should she do? She couldn't always struggle to move the primeval stone. So, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense and took out the small sword from her arms. Like last time, she easily chiseled 2 small pieces of primeval stone the size of a thumb. Zhang Xiaohua somewhat helplessly looked at the 2 small pieces of primeval stone. She didn't know how many times she could absorb it. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua chiseled 2 more pieces and put them into her arms. Then, Zhang Xiaohua once again wrapped the primeval stone with her divine sense. Imitating the way she put the primeval stone into the jade bottle, she put it into the space. Zhang Xiaohua felt a tingling in her mind. The huge primeval stone in front of her disappeared without a trace. Only a big shallow hole was left in the field, indicating that there was something here. Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily clenched her teeth and took a breath of cold air. She massaged her temples with her hands and secretly said, "This unexpected wealth is really not easy to get. I have to pay the price." Sad, such a big primeval stone was taken into her purse. She had a headache. She really took advantage of it and still acted innocent. Waiting for her head to stop hurting a little, Zhang Xiaohua swept out her divine sense. That huge primeval stone was quietly lying in her purse. But that purse's space was originally clean and tidy. Suddenly putting such a big primeval stone in it and also stained with mud, it was rather out of place. But, this was Zhang Xiaohua's private space. Who could see it? After finishing all this, Zhang Xiaohua hummed a little song and walked down the hill. Just as she was about to turn, she suddenly thought of the spring water at the bottom of the hill. She walked to the well and still released her divine sense. Exploring the well for a moment, she knew the reason. Her huge primeval stone was originally dug out from this well. Some of the stones in the well were inevitably stained with primeval qi. Or it could be said that these stones were also small primeval stones. The spring water seeped into the well and soaked with the primeval stones. Naturally, it was rich in primeval qi. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to fish out some primeval stones from the well. But in her divine sense, those primeval stones were really small, comparable to grains of sand. It was not easy to get them. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her family drank the water from the well. The primeval qi in the water was very good for their bodies. Why would they do such a desperate thing? Zhang Xiaohua was thinking when he suddenly felt someone coming from behind. She turned her head to look. It was her second brother Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu carried 2 buckets of water. It was obvious that he was here to fetch water. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, he was very happy and said, "Xiaohua, why did you come here again? Just now when Big Brother came home, he said that you had an urgent matter. What is it? Could it be related to this well?" Chapter 237. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "It's like this, second brother. I just received a pigeon message from our school, saying that Sister Chang'e will come here in a while. I ran away, but she couldn't find our home, so I hurried here. Hearing that Chang'e was coming, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly asked, Chang'e, is she really coming? But as soon as he said this, he saw Zhang Xiaohua trying to hold back her laughter. He knew that he had been fooled by this little devil. He laughed and said, forget it. Which school are you from? Beidou School or Misty School? If you're from Misty School, why haven't I seen you take anyone as your teacher? If you're from Beidou School, it seems that your successor is still in my eldest sister-in-law's belly. Seeing that second brother knew that she had been fooled, Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. She said with a smile, I just didn't want to help my eldest brother carry things, so I made it up. Look at him. He carries everything by himself. My eldest sister-in-law is empty-handed. Why does she want me to carry things for him? Hee, Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, you're wrong. Since you told mother and father this morning that my eldest sister-in-law is pregnant, she's now catching up with your status in the family. She's the first level of protection of our Zhang family. Not to mention carrying things, even drinking water has to be poured by mother herself. Even if my eldest sister-in-law wants to get up, mother will stop her. You see, didn't you say that the well water is good for the baby? Mother made another water tank and asked me to carry more water home. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, anyway, we have to leave home in a while. My eldest sister-in-law can take my place. I don't care. But her position won't last long. Mother loves the house and its crow. When the baby is born, my eldest sister-in-law will be left behind. Oh, by the way, second brother, the spring water is better fresh. If it's left for a long time, it won't have any effect. You'd better not pick it. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu put the bucket on the ground and asked, Xiaohua, is what you told us this morning true? I always feel that you don't have such great ability. Is the bull strength really so powerful? By the way, you've been practicing in seclusion for 9 days and 9 nights. To be honest, although I'm just a beginner in martial arts, when I was in the escort agency, I've heard a lot of things in Jianghu. Why haven't I heard of this? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. In fact, he didn't plan to hide it from his family. There was no harm in telling them. However, his second brother was a disciple of the Misty School. If he knew, it would be difficult. The Carefree Heart Sutra was definitely a treasure of the Misty School. If he secretly practiced it, even if Peng eventually investigated, his second brother wouldn't know about it. Perhaps he wouldn't be implicated. However, if he didn't report it, it would be a different matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, second brother, everything I said is true. However, it's hard to explain the reason. Also, second brother, about me practicing for 9 days and 9 nights without sleep and rest, you should go back and tell father and mother. Don't tell anyone else. Some things are better left unsaid. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his brother who was maturing day by day. He smiled and said, you've already given your instructions. Father, mother, and Mr. Liu have already discussed it when you were in seclusion. When you went out just now, you warned us again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and didn't speak for a long time. In the end, he said, thank you, second brother. Actually, I have some difficulties. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and interrupted him. He said, Xiaohua, you're my biological brother. I've watched you grow up. How could I not know what you're like? If you don't want to say it, then forget it. I won't force you. Then, he picked up the bucket from the ground and said, let's go. Since you don't want to carry water, let's go home. Mother made that water jar for nothing. If it doesn't work, let her pickle vegetables. When the two returned home, Guo Sufei saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't come back with water and frowned. After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Guo Sufei smiled and said, so it's like this. It's really good to have fresh water. In the future, let Xiaolong carry water 3 times a day. Our family's consumption will be changed to this well water. Zhang Xiaolong smiled bitterly. Zhang Xiaohua came out of closed-door training safely and Lu Qian was pregnant. The Zhang family could be considered to have 2 happy events. Naturally, it was very lively at night. Mr. Lu usually ate at the Zhang family's house. Of course, he wouldn't miss out today. The whole family was full of joy and harmony. When it came to cooking, there were some problems. In the past, Lu Qian was the main chef and Guo Sufei was the assistant. Since the morning when she learned that Lu Qian was pregnant, Guo Sufei didn't let Lu Qian do anything. Of course, cooking was not allowed. Guo Sufei was used to cooking in the past, but it was extremely frugal. Now, the Zhang family could be considered to have more than 3,600 taels of silver. This was unimaginable in the past. Today, although it couldn't be extravagant, it couldn't be said to be simple. Therefore, the problem arose. How could Guo Sufei do it alone? Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua asked for help, but they were chased out by Guo Sufei. How could she bear to do it when she didn't come back for 2 years? When Lu Qian saw it, she just shook her head. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said to Guo Sufei, "Mother, it's better to let sister-in-law do it. In fact, the child hasn't formed yet. It won't affect anything. Moreover, isn't it good for the child to be more active? When her pregnancy becomes obvious in the future and it's really inconvenient for her to move, it won't be too late to let her rest. You're just a child. What do you know? When you're pregnant, you have to take care of yourself. Don't lose the child." Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Lu Qian. She smiled and said to her mother, "In fact, sister-in-law's child is already half a year old. It's already stable. Mother can let sister-in-law move around." Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua paused. Then, she said, "Sister-in-law's child is different from ordinary people. We don't know when it will be formed. Mother, you have to be prepared. You can't be impatient." "Ah, I see." Guo Sufei felt a little unprepared. "How long will it take?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "How would I know? Maybe a year and a half. Maybe 3 to 5 years is also possible. You can't let sister-in-law not work for 3 to 5 years. This?" Guo Sufei didn't say anything. Lu Qian took the opportunity to step forward and said, "Mother, who cares how long it will take? We'll still live as usual. I'll work as usual. It won't be too late to talk about it when the melon is ripe." Guo Sufei nodded hesitantly. Lu Qian smiled and hurried into the kitchen. The whole family was waiting to eat. How could they not be anxious? Although the food at home wasn't as good as at Huanxi Manor, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhang Xiaohua liked this kind of happy atmosphere very much. Although her appetite wasn't very good, she still ate a lot. After the meal, everyone drank tea and chatted. They talked about some interesting things. Zhang Xiaohu also shared his experience as a bodyguard. Although there were such opportunities a few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua was still meditating in the field. How could the family be in the mood today? Perhaps it wasn't until today that everyone was completely relieved. Late at night, everyone returned to their rooms. Zhang Xiaolong went out and sent Mr. Lu back. When they returned to the room, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Second brother, do you sleep or practice at night?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Usually, I practice. I've just started practicing the art of ethereal magic. It's time for me to consolidate it, so I need to practice more. A few days ago, I saw you meditating, so I didn't dare practice." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's practice together." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Okay, let's compete. Let's see who can improve faster." In fact, he had long lost confidence in his younger brother. Practicing for 9 days and 9 nights is not something an ordinary person can do. Although he didn't have the opportunity to test Zhang Xiaohua's internal force, he absolutely believed that he may not be his younger brother's opponent. Zhang Xiaohu closed the door, walked to the Kong and sat cross-legged. According to Wen Wenhai's teachings, according to the records of ethereal divine art, he practiced breathing and refined his internal force. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He just sat cross-legged and released his divine sense to feel the energy around him. He sighed softly. How could these few strands of energy be enough for him to practice? He saw Zhang Xiaohu meditating and couldn't help but sweep his divine sense towards Zhang Xiaohu. However, he didn't feel any signs of energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel strange. Listening to second brother's tone, his ethereal divine art was already at the entry level. His qi was also beginning to take shape. How could there be no signs of energy? Although his divine sense was like an eye, it was still sensitive to energy. Even the fetus in Lu Qian's body was only able to sense it because it absorbed energy. If there wasn't such an opportunity, how could Zhang Xiaohua know so much? Perhaps the ethereal divine art had some mysteries that he didn't understand. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 small stones from his bosom. He held one in each hand and closed his eyes to absorb the energy. Zhang Xiaohua originally thought that since the primordial stone was so small, the primordial qi within it must be limited, and the absorption would be very weak. However, just as he circulated his qi, he felt an extremely rich primordial qi flow out of the primordial stone in his hand and into his meridians. It was the same as sitting on the primordial stone a few days ago. Zhang Xiaohua quickly suppressed his astonishment and calmly absorbed and refined the primordial qi. However, he didn't immediately enter a meditative state. After a while, he stopped absorbing and didn't open his eyes. He just used his divine sense to sweep the stone. This sweep didn't matter. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. The energy in the stone was still abundant. It didn't weaken because of his absorption. This small stone might not be too durable. If so, this small stone would be enough for him to practice for a long time. Thinking about the huge crouching ox stone in his purse, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth almost cracked from smiling. Chapter 238. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed in the small room, it was difficult for her to calm down and absorb qi into her body. In the east room, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were also unable to sleep. Guo Sufei said, "Father of the child, I heard from Xiaohua that the child in Qianqian's belly will take several years to be born. What do you think about this?" "Several years?" Zhang Kai said in surprise, "How can it be so long? Other people are pregnant for 10 months. Why does it change when it comes to our family?" Guo Sufei said tensely, "I heard it from Xiaohua himself." Zhang Kai said disapprovingly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. How can a child like him know these things?" Guo Sufei said angrily, "If Xiaohua doesn't know, how can he know that Qianqian is pregnant? Moreover, didn't you see that he put something in the silk bag for Qianqian? If he really doesn't know, why is he acting so serious? Xiaohua has never been a child who lies. There must be a reason for what he said." Zhang Kai thought about it and said, "It makes sense. Xiaolong and Qianqian have been married for almost 2 years. They should have had a child long ago. According to Xiaolong, Qianqian should have been pregnant half a year ago. If it was someone else, they would have had a big belly by now. But our Qianqian still doesn't show that she is pregnant at all. Even the doctors in the medical hall can't see it. According to the growth of the child, Xiaohua said a few years is fast." Guo Sufei hesitated and said, "But, isn't this too scary? Who needs a few years to have a child?" Zhang Kai was also silent. After a long while, he said, "Didn't I hear the storytellers say that many immortals carry a child for decades? Some even carry it for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. We've only been pregnant for a few years, so it's normal." Guo Sufei laughed and said, "That's all made up by others. Do you believe it?" "Whether I believe it or not is not a problem. The key is that there is no smoke without fire. Since there is such a saying, there must be a reason. Otherwise, no one would think of such a legend even if they cracked their brains. That's true. But even so, our Qianqian has been pregnant for such a long time. If others were to find out, who knows what they would say. They might even think that Guo Sufei couldn't bring herself to say the last word. Zhang Kai sighed and said, yes, it's unusual. If the villagers knew about it, they would definitely think so. By the way, you didn't tell anyone when you went out today, did you? Guo Sufei thought for a moment and said, I was busy at home today and didn't have time to go out. How could I have the chance to tell others? That's for the best. I'll tell them tomorrow morning, especially Mr. Lu. Don't tell anyone about this yet. We'll talk about it when Qianqian gives birth. Okay. Father of the child, I think so too. Xiaolong and Qianqian went out today. I don't know if they will tell anyone. They definitely won't. If Xiaolong went out alone, he might not say anything. But with Qianqian, this child has always been shy. Even if you give Xiaolong 2 times the courage, he won't dare to say anything. Well, that's good. Go to sleep. There are still things to do tomorrow. These days, I've been worried about the child. The work in the field has been delayed. Let it be delayed. The child has brought back so much money. It's enough for us to live for a lifetime. Mother of the child, you're wrong. Money is just a worldly possession. No matter how much money there is, it's still a dead object. How can it be compared to the field? It's a living thing. We can rely on it for a lifetime. I know. Old man, go to sleep. We still have to go to the field tomorrow. In the west room, Zhang Xiaohua and Lu Qian also found it difficult to sleep. Not to mention the 3,000 taels of silver that Zhang Xiaohua had given to their mother and the dozens of taels of silver that their mother had given to them, just the fact that they were pregnant and the pregnancy might be very long was enough to make them talk non-stop. Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating, immediately fell into a deep sleep. Endless starlight shone on his body and lingered around the entire room. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely open all the pores on his body and draw in qi into his body. But now that Zhang Xiaohua had reached the second level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, his cultivation method had also changed. The spiritual altar on top of his head opened wide, like a whale swallowing endless starlight into his body. In just 15 minutes, he had absorbed more starlight than before. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake at this moment, he would definitely be able to clearly feel the starlight being absorbed into his meridians. It was no longer as indiscernible as before. Moreover, a portion of the starlight flowed into his meridians and was refined into them. A portion of the starlight was absorbed by his jade-like white bones, and even more of it flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. On the other side of the room, Zhang Xiaohu was also sitting cross-legged. According to the internal strength cultivation method of the art of ethereal magic, he did not stop breathing. Although martial arts and the way of immortality were completely different, they both refined and used the meridians of the entire body. The meridians were ordinary. Zhang Xiaohu was now at the first level of the art of ethereal magic. From time to time, he would feel a warm current flowing into his forehead. Usually, he would only feel the qi of his internal strength and would not be able to truly draw in the warm current. But today was different. Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating in the room and had drawn in an endless amount of qi. This endless amount of qi had already filled the entire room. Although he was absorbing it like a whale, he could not use it all for himself. Zhang Xiaohu's body was also enveloped in a large amount of qi. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was thinking, he suddenly felt a cool qi seeping into his body from his forehead and flowing into his meridians. He could not help but be shocked, thinking that he had suffered from qi deviation. He opened his eyes and moved his hands and feet, but there was not the slightest bit of difference. Thinking that it was his own environment, he began to think again. But just as he entered a meditative state, the clear qi was still seeping into his body. Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to continue cultivating and got off the bed. At this time, the small room was filled with starlight, but starlight was the most mysterious and also the smallest. Even if the room was filled with starlight, it was not as brilliant as the night sky. It was just a layer of faint white light that could not be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohu got up and walked around the room for a while, but did not feel anything wrong. He only saw that Zhang Xiaohua was also sitting cross-legged, peacefully sleeping. He smiled. He originally wanted to put his little brother down and cover him with a quilt, but his hands stopped halfway. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's posture, it was the posture of someone cultivating internal energy. It was difficult to guarantee that there was no jinqi flowing in his body. If he casually disturbed him, it would inevitably affect his little brother's cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohu returned to the Kong bed. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, then lay down on the Kong bed, preparing to sleep. Today's cultivation was different from usual, and he did not dare to cultivate again. If he took a wrong path, it would be bad. But when he lay down, tossing and turning, he was unable to fall asleep. There was always a thought in his mind. He closed his eyes and thought that there was qi coming from the sky. Of course, it was because there was no qi that he thought about it. But today, there was such an opportunity. There was actually qi coming from his forehead. Was this a blessing or a curse? Zhang Xiaohu faintly felt from the bottom of his heart that this was definitely a great opportunity. It was definitely beneficial without any disadvantages. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu sat up on the Kong bed with a hu sound. If there was a blessing, then it was not a curse. If there was a curse, then it could not be avoided. If it was really a great opportunity, then his hesitation would cause him to miss it. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohu had a plan. He sat down cross-legged and began to use the Heart Sutra of the ethereal divine art. He continued to think. Sure enough, the threads of cold qi continued to seep from his forehead, flowing into his meridians. Some of it also flowed into a mysterious place in his mind. Zhang Xiaohu was not like Zhang Xiaohua. He did not go through a systematic internal force study. Not only did he cultivate internal force at the Lotus Escort Agency, but he also received the careful teachings of Wen Wenhai in the Misty School. Regarding the nourishment, refinement, and transportation of jinqi, he had a lot of experience. When the threads of starlight seeped into his forehead, he tried to control the starlight and integrate it into his jinqi. Unfortunately, the starlight was not under his control. After it flowed into his meridians, it flowed forward along the meridians. The more it flowed, the less it became. It was only because the starlight on his forehead continued to seep into his meridians that the cold stream was able to maintain its flow in his meridians and did not disappear. When the cold stream had completed a full cycle and reached the starting point, there were only a few threads left. They mixed with the cold stream that entered later and continued to flow. Zhang Xiaohu was a little anxious. He thought that his internal force control was not good enough and that the cold stream could not enter his dantian and become his jinqi. In reality, the starlight had already integrated into the meridians of his entire body. It was refining and integrating with his meridians. It could be said that his meridians were undergoing earth-shattering changes. This change would allow him to have a higher starting point in his internal force cultivation in the future. It would be difficult for others to catch up with him. If it was really as Zhang Xiaohu thought and was only refining it into internal force, then it would be neglecting the essentials and pursuing the trifles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know about this. He just kept on urging his heart technique, wanting to retain the starlight and not let it disappear. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohu did not know how many times he had urged his heart technique. The starlight in his meridians was still only a faint wisp, just enough to flow through his entire body. At this time, suddenly, Zhang Xiaohu felt that his forehead no longer had the cold stream seeping into it. Correspondingly, the cold stream in his body only circulated one cycle before completely disappearing. Before Zhang Xiaohu could investigate the situation of his meridians and the changes in the Jinqi in his body, he heard the sound of Zhang Xiaohua on the Kong beside him getting up. Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Xiaohua tiptoeing up from the Kong. She stretched, carefully opened the door, and walked out. Zhang Xiaohu's heart moved. Could it be that the cold stream on his forehead was related to his brother? Otherwise, when his brother got up, the cold stream would disappear. Suppressing the urge to get up, Zhang Xiaohu still silently used his heart technique to check the situation of his cultivation last night. In his dantian, the pitiful amount of Jinqi did not increase at all. Checking his meridians, there was also no change. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that his hard work last night was in vain. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohu also got up, opened the door, and went out. Chapter 239. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset, this was the life of a country bumpkin. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were no exception. These days, because Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had returned home, it had affected the work at home. Now that everything at home had settled down, it was time for life to return to its original path. After eating, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took hoes and other things and prepared to work in the fields. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua also rushed to help. Zhang Kai said with a smile, "There's nothing to do in the fields now. We're just going to take a look at the fields and hoe the weeds. The end of autumn is coming. You should rest at home. It won't be too late for you to help in a few days when the autumn harvest comes." The two of them wanted to snatch the farming tools several times, but they were stopped by Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong. Seeing that they couldn't resist their father and brother, they didn't insist and watched them go to the fields. The two of them sat in the small courtyard, quietly watching their mother and sister-in-law busy. They suddenly felt somewhat out of place and didn't know what to do now. The two of them thought of practicing martial arts at the same time. But if they practiced martial arts, why did they come home? Wouldn't it be better to practice in Misty School? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, we don't have anything to do at home. Why don't we go to the city and have a look? Although Lu Town is the closest town to our home, I haven't really explored it." Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He said, "You're right. We can take this opportunity to visit young Master Li's family and tell them that we're safe. We can also see if they have anything to say or bring back." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "That's right. I was about to say the same thing." Li Jinfeng had visited the Guozhuang house during the New Year, and Guo Sufei had a very good impression of him. When she heard that he had taught her son how to read and read, she was even more delighted. She took out some money from her bosom and urged Zhang Xiaohua to buy more gifts for him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and accepted the money. The two led their horses out. Before they left, Guo Sufei specifically told them to hurry back. If they were invited to stay for dinner, they had to return to the Guozhuang house after dinner. The two of them naturally agreed. Once they were out of the village, the two of them swung their stirrups and mounted their horses. They galloped towards Lu Town. In the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Town was in sight. At this time, the sun was already high in the sky. The sun was gradually getting hotter, and there were more people on the official road. The two brothers couldn't help but slow down their horses and slowly enter Lu Town. They hadn't been to Lu Town for 2 years. The two brothers looked around and found that there weren't many changes. Even the square where the opera was held during the New Year was still the same. However, there were many hawkers and footmen hawking their wares in the square. It was very lively. In a corner of the square, there was even the sound of a gong. It must be a juggling show. When Zhang Xiaohua heard the gong, he didn't want to move. He liked to watch juggling shows since he was young. How could he not go and join in the fun when there was such a beautiful thing in front of him? Before Zhang Xiaohua could reach them, the place where the juggling was taking place was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Xiaohua was short, so of course he couldn't see them. Moreover, he was leading a horse, so he couldn't just go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. There was an old tree that the two of them couldn't hug. He greeted his second brother and led the horse over. After tying up the date red horse, he looked left and right. When no one was paying attention, he used a lightness skill and immediately jumped to the top of the tree. He sat on the top of the tree and his body moved up and down with the branches. He was as steady as Mount Tai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he sighed in his heart. The martial arts exhibition has only been going on for a few days. That's because my younger brother didn't even know how to use lightness skills. Now he can already jump to the top of the tree. I have to work hard to catch up. Zhang Xiaohu also tied up the date red horse and slowly climbed to the top of the tree. This country child had learned how to climb trees since he was young. Even if his lightness skills weren't good, it was still very easy for him to climb up a tree. At this time, the sound of the gong came from the crowd. Everyone cheered. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua quickly looked over. Sure enough, there was a little monkey with a red butt in the crowd. It was doing all kinds of ridiculous and exaggerated actions. It was making people laugh. It had been a long time since they saw a monkey show. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua watched with great interest. After the monkey finished playing, the little monkey actually took the copper gong and walked towards the crowd. One by one, it asked for copper coins. When the copper coins fell into the gong, the monkey actually made a bowing action, which made people roar with laughter. After asking for a round of money, the monkey returned the gong to its owner. It asked for food from its owner and wolfed it down. Then, it squatted to the side and scratched its ears and cheeks. The juggler picked up the gong and knocked it again. He shouted, "Everyone, if you have money, then come here. If you don't have money, then come here. I am not talented, but I have a set of fist techniques and a healing ointment passed down in my family. I don't dare to keep it to myself. Now, I will take them out for everyone to appreciate. After I finish the fist technique, I will ask everyone to take a look at the ointment passed down in my family. It is effective for bruises and bruises." Hearing the juggler's words, many people prepared to leave. When the juggler saw this, he quickly stopped and said, "Okay, I will now show my incompetence. Everyone, please take a look." This attracted a lot of attention. They all stopped and looked again. The juggler tidied his clothes and hat, tightened his belt, and made a starting position. He began to perform the fist technique in the open space. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar on the tree. When she saw the monkey resting and starting to scratch lice, she felt regretful. She was about to jump down from the tree when she saw that he was performing the fist technique again. It was a fist technique passed down in her family. She stopped and looked at the arena. The juggler was tall and muscular. When he performed the fist technique, he was full of vigor and was extraordinary. However, while the layman enjoyed the show, the expert appreciated the skill. After watching for a while, everyone cheered. However, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu, the fist technique was full of flaws. It was just that the fist technique was still very unfamiliar to them. They had never seen it before. Zhang Xiaohu only practiced the 6 he fists, so it was understandable that he had not seen it before. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, had read many fist technique manuals, but she had never seen it before. From the looks of it, this fist technique was indeed a family heirloom and was rarely seen in the pugilistic world. As the man was performing, he saw that in a corner to the east, the crowd was in a mess. Zhang Xiaohua was standing high, so she naturally could see further. Furthermore, with her sharp eyes and ears, she had long seen a short fatty. He was leading a few followers and was squeezing into the crowd. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the fatty's face, she could not help but grit her teeth together, producing a creaking sound. Zhang Xiaohu was watching the family heirloom fist technique with great interest. When he heard the sound, he noticed Zhang Xiaohua's odd behavior. He asked with concern, Xiaohua, what's wrong? Toothache. Zhang Xiaohua calmed her heart, pointed at the fatty and said, second brother, look at that short winter melon over there. Which one is it? When Zhang Xiaohu saw it clearly, he was so angry that he laughed and said, I've been searching high and low for him. I was still looking for an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Now that he's here, the heavens have opened their eyes. But this guy has brought a lot of followers. Look at the middle-aged man in black clothes near him. He walks with a majestic gait and his stance is steady. He must be his bodyguard. I don't know how good his martial arts are. Let's not go for wool and come home shorn and be taught a lesson instead. This guy has always bullied men and women. Since he's here, there must be something wrong. Let's take a look first before making a decision. While they were talking, the juggler had also finished his boxing. His whole body was covered in sweat. The man took off his shirt, revealing his bulging muscles. He then picked up a package from the ground and took out a few stacks of ointment. He placed them on the gong and began to promote them to the audience. The short black fatty walked to the side of the arena and said loudly, You, that man, bring your ointment over for me to take a look. If it's good, I'll buy it all. The man thought that it was a big deal and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The fatty said, What are the effects of your ointment? Tell me about it. The man said, This is a secret recipe passed down in my family. It's brewed with precious herbs. It's specially used to treat injuries, fractures, and other external injuries. It's very magical. Young master, you'll know when you bring it home and try it. The fatty said, I want to buy it, but I'm afraid that I'll be cheated. In today's society, the morals of the world are deteriorating day by day. Each generation is worse than the previous. The last time I bought a Dalmatian, I only found out that it was a dog when I went home and took a bath. Who do you think I can find to reason with? The man smiled apologetically and said, Young master, you must be joking. I value my reputation the most. I definitely won't lie. The fatty said, It's best to try it on the spot. If it's really good, I'll buy it all. The man said, I don't know if there are any patients with injuries. Please come and try it. The fatty smiled and said, How can a sick person squeeze in? However, I do have an idea. I wonder if you want to try it. The man smiled and said, Naturally, I'm willing to try it. However, I have to say that if this ointment is effective, young master should buy it all. The fatty said strangely, Do I look like someone who goes back on his words? The man smiled apologetically and said, I don't dare, I don't dare. I have 50 ointment here. Each one is 5 silver coins. Please count it. After saying that, he went to take more ointment from his bag. The fatty waved his hand and said, No need. It's too troublesome. I believe you. After saying that, he took out a stack of banknotes from his chest and said, I have 30 silver coins here. It's more than enough to buy your ointment. If your ointment is effective, I'll naturally buy it all. The man was overjoyed and said, Young master, please tell me how to test the efficacy of this ointment. However, the fatty continued to say, Don't ask me how to test it first. I still have a request. Young master, please speak. The man was puzzled. The fatty shamelessly said, My request is, what if your ointment is not effective? How will you compensate me? The acrobat man was stunned. He smiled apologetically and said, Young master, listen to me. If this ointment is ineffective, I naturally won't dare to take a single coin from you. How can I compensate you? Chapter 240. The fat man said, Why don't you compensate me? I came here to buy medicine, so I naturally have my own intentions. If you sell fake medicine, then wouldn't you be deceiving my childish heart? Leaving an indelible shadow on my path of growth? This is a problem that will affect my entire life. Do you think I won't take it seriously? Can I not compensate you for mental damage? Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar and couldn't hear clearly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have fallen from the tree? However, Zhang Xiaohua came down from the tree and slowly squeezed into the crowd. She wanted to see what the fat man was up to. When the man heard this, he couldn't help but bitterly say, "Sir, please spare my life. I only have a few coins of silver on me. My entire fortune can't compare to your 30 taels of silver. How do you want me to compensate you?" The fat man laughed and said, "It seems like you are selling fake medicine. If your medicine is not fake, then why don't you dare to agree to my conditions?" The man looked around and saw that the crowd was quite far away from them. He knew that he was in trouble and sincerely said, "Sir, my medicinal plaster is real. My ancestor was a doctor from a famous sect and passed down this prescription. This little one has traveled north and south for many years and relied on this medicinal plaster. I have never seen anyone smash my stall. Sir, please rest assured." When the fat man heard this, the smile on his face became even wider and said, "Since your medicinal plaster is real, why don't you dare to agree to my conditions? Since you don't dare to agree to my conditions, then your medicinal plaster is fake." The man defended himself and said, "Sir, what kind of reasoning is this?" The fat man laughed sinisterly and said, "Naturally, it is my reasoning. If you don't agree to my conditions, then this medicinal plaster is fake and I will smash your stall." The man helplessly said, Okay, I will listen to sir. However, this little one doesn't have 30 taels of silver in my entire fortune. We need to talk about it in advance." The fat man rolled his eyes and said, "This is easy. Just put your prescription on the table." You. The man was so angry that he laughed and said, "So sir has such thoughts. Sir, you are smart. Originally, I wanted to play with you. It was you who reminded me." The fat man laughed and said, "However, if your medicinal plaster is not effective, then what use do I have for your lousy prescription? And if your medicinal plaster is effective, how can your prescription lose to mine?" The man thought about it and felt that it made sense. He became bold and his tone became louder as he said, "Sir, this little one agrees. I just don't know how you will test it." When the fat man heard this, he was overjoyed. He also looked around and loudly said, "Sir, you have seen and heard. This hero wants to make a bet with this young master. If his medicinal plaster is effective, I will use this 30 taels of silver and buy all of his medicinal plasters. But if his medicinal plasters is teat, then he will give me all of his medicinal plastered. I have a very good reputation in Lu Town. Now, please be a witness. If there is any dispute later, please say something. Don't say that I bullied outsiders." The onlookers did not speak, but the fat man's followers all clapped their hands and praised. The bodyguard in black looked at them with a smile and stood to the side with his hands crossed. When the medicine seller heard this, it seemed to be different from what the fat man said just now. However, he did not know how to refute it. Anyway, his medicinal plaster was very effective, so he did not argue. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already squeezed his way to the front. He frowned as he watched this farce. He was calculating in his heart. He did not know what this fatty was planning. Although this fellow looked stupid, he had been tyrannical in Lu Town for so many years. Today, he was looking for trouble with others. It was a senseless act. However, he would not give away 30 taels of silver for nothing. Sure enough, the fat man then said to the medicine seller, "Since everyone is willing to be a witness, let's start now." The man said, "Sir, please advise." The fat man smiled and said, well said, as long as we break your leg and apply the ointment, we'll see if it can reconnect your leg. Then we'll know if the ointment is effective or not." You. The man pointed at the fat man. He was so angry that his fingers trembled. He said, "This is the method you said?" The fat man spread out his hands and said innocently, "Isn't this the method you asked me to say?" "What, you don't want to admit it?" Or do you think your medicinal plaster is fake and don't dare to try it? The man's face was livid. He bit his lips tightly and did not know what to say. The fat man clapped his hands and said, "Since you don't want to try it, then this medicinal plaster must be fake. Quickly give me the prescription. I still want to tease your monkey." After saying that, the attendant, who was observing the situation, immediately walked forward and picked up the rope tied around the monkey's neck, wanting to take the monkey away. Only then did the medicine seller understand that the fatty had taken a fancy to his monkey. As the saying goes, time breeds fondness. It was the same for animals. The monkey had been with the man for a long time. The man naturally did not want to let it be taken away. However, the situation was better than the man. Facing a bully with many followers, the man faintly had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the fat man did not want to end things here. He stretched out his hand and squinted his eyes. He said, "And the prescription of the medicinal plaster? If you don't take it out now, when will you?" The man's medicinal plaster was the real thing. The prescription was also passed down in his family. It was the foundation of the man's family. He definitely could not give it away. Thus, the man cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this little one is new here and is very presumptuous. If you like this monkey, please take it away. It has been with this little one for many years and is very intelligent. Please treat it well. In addition, this little one drifts in the Jianghu and relies on Gao Yu to make a living. Sir, please be magnanimous and make things convenient. If we meet in the future, it will be something to remember." The fat man was idle and looked for entertainment all day long. Today's matter was originally for the monkey. However, from the man's words, he felt that the prescription had some value. He had evil thoughts and wanted to get the prescription so that he could take credit in front of his father. Thus, how could he take the man's pleas to heart? The fat man said, "You, man, why don't you ask around? My reputation in Lu Town has always been very good. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? Hurry up and take out the prescription." The man had no choice but to lower his voice and say a lot of good things. However, the fat man was determined and did not relent. Zhang Xiaohua was furious and secretly said, "I was just looking for a reason to teach you a lesson. You really know how to give me a way out." Just as she was about to step forward, she felt someone pull her back. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was her second brother. Zhang Xiaohu did not say anything and only pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of the crowd. Zhang Xiaohua did not leave and struggled with all her strength. However, when she saw her second brother staring at her, she lowered her head and walked out. Once out of the crowd, Zhang Xiaohua angrily asked, "Second brother, what are you doing? Isn't this guy the bully who bullied our family? This is a good opportunity for me to teach him a lesson and vent our anger. It's also a pleasure to help others." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua to the tree. As he walked, he said, "Xiaohua, do you think I don't want to teach him a lesson? But look around that bully. Don't talk about those servants. They're just clay chickens and pottery dogs. That black-clothed bodyguard next to him is a troublesome character. Do you still remember that last time? Didn't my master let them go for nothing and didn't hit them hard?" Then, Zhang Xiaohu continued, "Also, do you know why we didn't dare to spend all the banknotes in our family before?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Wasn't it because we were afraid that people would come to our door and cause trouble? But now that we've learned martial arts, why should we be afraid of him? Moreover, you're also a disciple of the Misty School. How can you shrink your neck like this?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Don't try to provoke me. Let me ask you, we're not afraid of you, but mother, father, big brother, and sister-in-law all live in the Guizhuang house. If they find us, how will you deal with them?" This Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to do. If it's because of our impulsive actions that bring disaster to our family, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Zhang Xiaohu said earnestly. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and her pupils suddenly shrank. She coldly said, "Second brother, that's also fine. If they find our family in the Guizhuang house, not to mention a disaster, even if they hurt a single hair on father, mother, brother, and sister-in-law, I'll kill my way to their door and exterminate their entire family. These words were full of murderous intent. If it were said by a Jianghu hero, it wouldn't be strange. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the Jianghu, so how could she have such murderous intent? Zhang Xiaohu didn't understand. However, this kind of situation that involved family, even if it were Zhang Xiaohu, he would also do the same. He just nodded to show that he understood. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know that the attack on the rainy night had already shown Zhang Xiaohua the bloody side of the Jianghu. He could decisively take out the small sword and kill the black-clothed old man. This was the embodiment of his unswerving determination. Although Zhang Xiaohua was young and hadn't truly stepped into the Jianghu, his temperament was already mature. Although human life was precious and blood was glaring, if it could be exchanged for justice and the health of his family, he would naturally do it without hesitation. Zhang Xiaohu said again, although we're not afraid of trouble, if there's a way to avoid trouble, wouldn't that be better? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, second brother, you have a lot of experience. Just say it, I'll listen to you. Zhang Xiaohu took out a large handkerchief from his bosom and covered his face. He smiled and said, look, do you know who I am? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, it should be like this. These two date red horses are also very eye-catching. Second brother, you stay here and help me hold the fort. I'll go find that guy to satisfy my craving. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, okay, you go and try. If it doesn't work, then use Qin Gong to escape. Zhang Xiaohua was displeased and said, second brother, don't look down on me. Qin Gong is not used to escape. Chapter 241. When the medicine seller saw that his coaxing and pestering had no effect, he said, since Master Zhao insists on this prescription, please wait for a moment. I will go and get it for you. The fat man smiled and said, seeing that you are so tactful, I will not make things difficult for you. Quickly give me the prescription and I will let you live. When the man saw this, he turned around and walked to the package. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over with the package. When he got close, he put his hand into the package and said, Master Zhao, take it. Fatty Zhao smiled and stretched out his hand. Who knew that the man would take out a sharp dagger from the package and stab at his heart? Fatty Zhao was in the middle of a beautiful dream. He did not expect that danger would flash in front of his eyes. He was immediately frightened and his face turned ashen. He did not know how to dodge. He covered his head with his sleeve and shouted, Fu Gui, quickly come and save me. Who do you think Fu Gui is? It was the leader of the servants. At this moment, he was commanding his subordinates to make the monkey do somersaults. In fact, it was not that he was not doing his job. It was just that when he saw that the man was only begging for mercy, he thought that he was the same as the victims he met in the past. There was no challenge at all. Therefore, he left his master and came to have fun. At this time, he heard the fat man's cry for help. When he looked up, the man had already rushed to the front of the fat man. The dagger flashed and blood splattered. When Fu Gui saw this, his liver and gallbladder were torn apart. He complained in his heart. He could not watch over the fat man for a while and such a thing happened. Not to mention the fat man losing his life, even if he lost a hair, he would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the fat man's towering figure, Fu Gui complained in his heart, young master, you should hide first. When a person was in a critical situation, who would not have a natural reaction? When others saw the life-threatening dagger, they might have screamed and dodged far away. At the very least, they would have jumped to the side. However, Fatty only covered his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. He was like an ancient animal called an ostrich. It only buried its head in the sand, but its butt was raised high up in the air. When the man saw that the fatty didn't dodge, he was both surprised and happy. He was surprised because he originally had a backup plan. He took out the dagger to scare the fatty away so that he could find a way out and escape. No one wanted to have their hands stained with blood. He was a fugitive, but this fatty didn't dodge. Wasn't that just pushing him to his death? Once he took out the dagger, regardless of whether he could injure the fatty or not, the authorities would not let him off. He was happy because this fatty was really too much of a bully. He had no choice but to take out the dagger. The hateful fatty was right in front of him. He just had to stretch out his hand and he would be able to vent his feelings and vent the humiliation just now. Therefore, when faced with the fatty who reacted faster than others, the man's dagger hesitated for a moment. However, in that moment of hesitation, the opportunity slipped away. The fatty seemed to have been pulled by a rope, and he instantly retreated. When the man realized what was going on and wanted to chase after him, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of him. The fatty came out to bully people. Naturally, he didn't rely on wealth alone. He needed a bodyguard, and this person in black was one of them. Just now, when the man suddenly took out the dagger, the person in black was also caught off guard. He immediately rushed over, but the dagger was already close to the fatty's body. He might not be able to kill the fatty. Fortunately, the man hesitated for a moment. He barely managed to reach behind the fatty and reached out to grab the fatty's collar, pulling him out of danger. When the man saw the person in black blocking in front of him, he knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. He didn't say anything and stabbed his head. When the person in black saw this, he didn't dare to be careless. He dodged while drawing his sword from his waist and fought with the man. As the saying goes, the shorter the weapon, the more dangerous it is. The dagger was already at a disadvantage against the sword. Moreover, the black-clothed man seemed to have a wealth of fighting experience. His martial arts were obviously superior to the man's. The man's several attacks did not pose any threat to the black-clothed man. Instead, the black-clothed man's sword left shallow scars on his body. It wasn't that the person in black couldn't seize the opportunity. It was just that his duty was to protect the fatty's safety. When the fatty bullied others, he only treated it as watching the show. The man who sold the medicine was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. The person in black wanted to protect him and didn't want to hurt his life. At this moment, the frightened fatty once again commanded loudly, "Master Son, stab him to death. Stab him to death with one sword. I'll take responsibility for this matter. This bastard actually wanted to take my life just now. We're just defending ourselves. Quick, stab him to death." It was common for people of the pugilistic world to kill people. However, this was Lu Town. Under the watchful eyes of everyone and the protection of the government, if they really killed someone, there would be a lot of trouble. The person in black hesitated. The fatty said again, "Master Son, I know you're just protecting my safety. It's fine. If you help me with this matter, I'll talk to my father. Just based on his prescription, I'll be able to exchange it for 1,000 taels of silver. Moreover, I'll definitely have my father put in a good word for you in front of Hall Master Zhao. I guarantee that your future in the evil tiger gang will be boundless." These two conditions made the person in black's heart itch. Although money was tempting, a future was even more important. The current evil tiger gang's leader hadn't returned and had long been divided into two factions. He didn't have any backing in the gang and was often bullied. If he could gain Hall Master Zhao's favor with this, it would be a wonderful thing. The person in black made up his mind. He looked at the stranger in front of him and gritted his teeth, "Brother, don't blame me for being merciless. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't provoke? Leave your head behind and give it to me as a gift." As he spoke, he tightened his sword and blocked the man's dagger. Then, he kicked the man's crotch and sent him flying. Then, he flew forward and stabbed with his sword. The tip of the sword was aimed at the man's heart. When the man saw that he couldn't dodge, he couldn't help but close his eyes and wait for the piercing pain. At this time, a loud shout resounded throughout the square, "Fu Gue, save me!" When the person in black heard this, he was shocked. How could he dare to stab down with his sword? He immediately turned around and looked behind him. In the place where the fat man had been standing, there was a young man who wasn't very tall and looked somewhat weak. He had his face covered and was standing there. A servant was being stepped on by him. The others were a bit further away and looked in horror. The young man was holding the fat man in his hand. Fatty Zhao was being held upside down by the young man by the neck. His feet had long since left the ground and he was constantly kicking. The fat man's hands were covering his eyes as he continuously shouted, "Fu Gue, save me!" A skinny young man was actually lifting a fatty who was much bigger than him with ease. This scene was very funny. Many of the onlookers were laughing so hard that they covered their mouths. The black-robed man was shocked, but he didn't dare to move forward. The fatty was caught, and as long as the other party exerted some force, the fatty's life would be taken. How could he dare to move? The fat man was still struggling and shouting. The young man frowned and lifted the fat man up with one hand. Then, he raised his other hand and slapped the fat man's face 4 times. The fat man's face immediately swelled up. The fat man let out a miserable scream and spat out a few teeth. He couldn't shout anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he had been beaten senseless or because of the pain in his mouth. The person in black frowned and said, "Brother, I am the evil tiger gang's Sun Yiding. I am this young master's bodyguard. I don't know why brother has come. You might as well say it. As long as I can agree, I will take care of it." The masked young man didn't say anything. He pointed at the man behind Sun Yiding. Sun Yiding understood and his heart relaxed. Since this young man saw injustice on the road, it would be easy to deal with. As long as the fat man's life wasn't harmed, he was willing to agree to any conditions. Thinking this, he left the man's side. Seeing this, the young man nodded slightly. Then, he did something that others didn't understand. That was, he randomly touched the fat man's clothes. The fat man's clothes were all stuffed into his own clothes. Then, he glanced at Sun Yiding who was walking over and smiled. He lifted the fat man up again and pointed in another direction. Sun Yiding was baffled. However, the young man's next action immediately made him understand. The young man kicked the fat man's thigh. The fat man screamed and stopped breathing. Like a ball, he was kicked by the young man in the direction he had just pointed. Sun Yiding didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly ran towards the fat man who was flying in the air. Fortunately, the direction the young man had pointed at wasn't too far away from Sun Yiding. Moreover, the fat man was kicked high up in the air. When Sun Yiding arrived, he was just in time to catch him. Sun Yiding caught the fat man and quickly put his hand next to his nose. Seeing that he was breathing, he was relieved. Then, he gritted his teeth and turned his head, glaring fiercely at the young man. However, when he saw everything in front of him, the hatred in his heart immediately melted away like snow being poured by boiling water. The young man didn't leave in a hurry and didn't do anything. When he looked back, he smiled mysteriously. In a flash, he broke into the servants and snatched the monkey. Then, in a flash, he flew to the side of the bundle like a big bird and reached out to pick it up. Finally, he slowly walked to the man's side and threw the monkey and bundle to the man. He didn't say anything and signaled him to take it. The man didn't know what was going on. First, he carried the bundle, then he took the monkey and was about to thank his benefactor. The young man did something that surprised everyone. He took a big stride forward and grabbed the man's arm. Then, with a tap of his foot, he soared into the sky. His body paused in the air for a moment, then he changed direction and pounced towards the big tree beside the square. When his body landed on the tree, he jumped up and down again and pounced towards the houses beside the tree. Then, with a few jumps, he disappeared. From beginning to end, the man in his hand was as obedient as a baby. He was as light as a baby. This kind of orderly, without the slightest bit of chaos, and open conduct caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. For a long while, they were unable to say anything. Only in a corner far away, Zhang Xiaohu had a smile on his face. He led the 2 date red horses and quietly left. Chapter 242. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the deathly silent square became noisy. Everyone who came back to their senses hurriedly left with excited expressions. Nonsense, once this hero left, the square would be the world of the Zhao clan. Who would be stupid enough to stay and look for trouble? Didn't you see that the Zhao family's young master was dealt with? Maybe they were looking for someone to vent their anger on. But how could the Zhao family have the slightest spare time to care about this? A group of servants, represented by Fu Gui, immediately surrounded them and expressed their concern and loyalty. Sun Yiding put the fat man down and carefully examined him. He was both happy and worried. He was happy that the fat man's life was not in danger. The hero was merciful. He was worried that the fat man's thigh was broken. He might have to use crutches for the rest of his life. No matter what, he did not do a good job as a bodyguard. He would be punished when he returned. Sun Yiding sighed. He let Fu Gui carry the fat man and hurried back. Before he reached home, Master Zhao had already received the news and personally brought people to welcome him. Seeing his son's miserable state, he felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. He fiercely glared at Sun Yiding and ordered the servants to put the fat man on the carriage. He also ordered people to quickly invite the evil tiger gang's hall leader Zhao and Lu Town's famous doctor. Not long after, hall leader Zhao and the doctor arrived. The doctor was led to the inner hall to treat the injury. Hall leader Zhao was invited to the central room to serve tea. Master Zhao impatiently said, "Brother Zhao, you have to help me. I'm looking for someone who is famous in Lu Town. Although my son is unbearable, I couldn't bear to slap him since he was young. You didn't see how badly he was beaten. I couldn't help but cry." Hall Master Zhao took a sip of tea and said, "Old Zhao, we're relatives, so there's no need to speak like we're strangers. You've been very close to our evil tiger gang for so many years. Even if I can't make the decision, I'll definitely ask the gang leader for instructions and give you justice. But..." At this point, he slightly frowned and stopped. When Master Zhao heard this, he immediately said, "Third brother Zhao, is it about the gift for the gang leader? Don't worry, I've already found a pair of jade bracelets. It's very exquisite. I'll let you take it out later. I definitely won't let you run for nothing." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "That's not it. Old Zhao, we've been friends for so many years. Why would I bring this up at this juncture? The gang leader wants us to search for antiques, but it's not something that can be done in a short time. What I want to say is that those who dare to go against you in Lu Town are probably not ordinary people. If it was the Misty School that Zhao Quansheng encountered a few years ago, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything." Master Zhao smiled apologetically and said, I know. Third brother Zhao, we have to act according to our ability to take revenge. If we can't get what we want and instead get ourselves into trouble, why bother?" Hall Master Zhao cupped his hands and said, "Since old Zhao is so reasonable, I thank you in advance. Let me ask my subordinates about the situation first." When he called Sun Yiding to the front of the hall and told him everything, Hall Master Zhao's expression changed slightly. He tapped his fingers on the table and closed his eyes to think. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Old Zhao, I'll take care of this matter for you." Since he's not a disciple of a famous sect and covered his face, he must be afraid of being recognized. "I'll let the people in the sect investigate and see who has the guts to go against you and our evil tiger gang." After he finished speaking, he gave Sun Yiding a few instructions and gave him a look. Only then did he let Sun Yiding leave. Master Zhao was very happy when he saw Hall Master Zhao agree so easily. However, he was still a little unhappy and asked, "Third brother Zhao, this Sun guy didn't protect our son well. Shouldn't he be punished?" "Oh." Hall Master Zhao suddenly came to a realization and said, Elder Zhao, you're right. I was thinking too much just now. When we go back tonight, I'll definitely punish him. What kind of bodyguard is he? He can't even protect people well." Master Zhao was overjoyed and said, "That's good. Third brother Zhao, let's go. I've already arranged a banquet. Let's get drunk." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Old Zhao, let's go. Let's take a look at my nephew's injuries first." When the two of them arrived at the inner hall, the doctor had already finished his diagnosis and said, "Master Zhao, I've already taken a look at your son's injuries. His life is not in danger. However, many of his teeth have fallen out. It might be inconvenient for him to eat meat in the future. It's better for him to eat more porridge. As for the swelling on his face, apply some ointment and it will be better in a few days. There's also a bruise on his thigh. I have some ointment here as well. Apply some and it will go down in a few days." Master Zhao smiled and said, "Thank you, doctor. However, my son's leg seems to be fractured. How should I treat it?" The doctor stroked his white beard and said solemnly, "About this, I'm a surgeon. This fracture is a matter of internal medicine. Master Zhao, please find someone else." With a plop sound, Master Zhao fell to the ground. When everyone helped him up, Master Zhao was so angry that he trembled and said, You, get out of here." The doctor calmly cupped his hands and said, "No hurry, no hurry. The consultation fee is 3 silver coins and the ointment is 3 silver coins. A total of 6 silver coins." Master Zhao swayed and almost fell again. He waved his hand and asked the servant to give him the money. The doctor took the silver coins and walked to the door. He turned back and said, "Oh right, Master Zhao, you fell for no reason. It's also an internal medicine problem. You should find a doctor as soon as possible." After saying that, he walked away. Master Zhao was so angry that he asked, "Who found this doctor?" Fu Gui walked out trembling and said, "Master, it's this little one." Why did you find him?" The young master's usual syphilis and gonorrhea were all treated by him. Master Zhao kicked Fu Gui's face and said angrily, "Why aren't you going to find the medical saint?" Fu Gui rolled and crawled away. Hall Master Zhao saw it and walked to the bed. He first checked himself, and then said with a natural look, "Old Zhao, it seems that your nephew is lucky. That person didn't want to kill you. I've already seen it. Although the injury on your thigh is serious, that person obviously held back his strength. He didn't break the bone, but only fractured it. As long as you find a good doctor and treat it carefully, there won't be any big problems." "Really?" Master Zhao was overjoyed. He heard the servant's description and thought that his son would limp forever. When he heard the news, he was naturally happy. In fact, this was also human nature. If Hall Master Zhao had said this earlier, he would still be heartbroken. However, he was already in despair before. Now that he had received slightly better news, his mentality inevitably changed slightly. At this time, the fat man on the bed groaned and woke up leisurely. Master Zhao felt sorry for his son and hurried forward. When the fat man saw his family, he was even more distressed. He grabbed Master Zhao's hand and said, "Father, you must avenge your son." Master Zhao patted his son's hand and said, "I know. I've already invited your uncle Zhao. He promised to avenge you." When Hall Master Zhao heard this, the flesh on the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. After a while, Fu Gui brought another doctor over. Master Zhao asked worriedly, "Can this doctor treat a broken thigh?" Fu Gui flattered, "Don't worry, master. I've already asked. Even if the third leg is broken, he can treat it. When Hall Master Zhao saw the doctor coming, he was about to leave. Master Zhao hurriedly said, "Third brother, wait a moment. I'll get that jade bracelet for you." Master Zhao was about to leave when he heard the fat man scream, "Father." Master Zhao hurried back and asked, "Son, what's wrong? Does it hurt?" The fat man groaned and said, "Well, father, your son did something wrong. Now I'm telling you. I hope you won't be angry." Master Zhao had a bad feeling and asked, "Tell me, what's the matter? If it's not big, I'll let you go." The fat man said softly, "About that, father, the pair of jade bracelets you put in the study room, your son took it out today to show off to others, but what?" Master Zhao asked anxiously. "But, when I was caught just now, it was snatched away from my arms." You unfilial son." Master Zhao reached out and was about to hit him. When the fat man saw this, he immediately moaned loudly. Master Zhao's hand stopped in the air and he couldn't bear to drop it. When Hall Master Zhao saw this, he smiled and said, "Old Zhao, it's fine. There's still a long time left. You can slowly search for it. That jade bracelet might not be able to catch the sect leader's eyes." Master Zhao smiled bitterly and said, "Third brother, that's the only way. Today, I've made third brother come here for nothing. Why don't we go to the hall and have a feast before leaving?" Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, "No need, old Zhao. I still have to rush back and get someone to vent your anger for you." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left quickly. Master Zhao was left with a blank face. This Hall Master Zhao seemed to be a little absent-minded today. Not to mention that Master Zhao was feeling sorry for his son, Hall Master Zhao quickly walked out of the Zhao manor. Sun Yiding didn't rush back to the sect. Instead, he tactfully waited at the door. When he saw Hall Master Zhao come out, he quickly went up to him. When Hall Master Zhao saw Sun Yiding, he asked softly, "Yiding, did you do what I asked you to do?" Hearing the Hall Master call him Yiding, Sun Yiding's heart warmed. He went up and said, "No, Hall Master. You already gave me a look, how could I still do it? Moreover, I saw that young man's skills with my own eyes. How could I not know what to do?" Only then did Hall Master Zhao feel relieved. He smiled and said, "Yiding, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Just now, old Zhao wanted me to punish you. And, very good. You don't have to be a bodyguard in the Zhao family anymore. When you return to the sect, I'll make arrangements for you." Sun Yiding was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Hall Master." Hall Master Zhao waved his hand and said, "You're welcome. From now on, you're one of my people. Just be careful when you do things." "That's right, although you didn't fight with him, can you tell which sect he's from?" "Although our evil tiger gang isn't a big sect and can't afford to offend a big sect, we can't just suffer in silence. We have to figure it out. Who knows, we might even have to go to their sect to seek justice." Chapter 243. Sun Yiding smiled apologetically and said, "Great Hall Master, I really couldn't tell. I only know that his Qing Gong is very exquisite. His body can change directions in the air, and his internal energy is very deep. Young Master Zhao is like a hen in his hand, and that Jianghu man is like a little chick." He didn't say anything, nor did he exchange blows with me. I'm guessing that he's a young disciple from a large sect who came out to gain experience. It's not that he's afraid of others seeing his true face, but that he doesn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble, so he covered his face. Hall Master Zhao nodded and said, "What you said is what I thought. His martial arts are so high, there's no reason for him to be afraid of us. Moreover, for a disciple as young as him to have such martial arts, he must be a disciple from a large sect. Think about it. Although our evil tiger gang has many disciples, which young disciple has such cultivation? Even if it's you, you're probably not his opponent." Sun Yiding said with shame, Hall Master Zhao's insight is like a torch. That's indeed the case. I didn't dare to go forward to protect young Master Zhao. However, even if I went forward to fight, if that person didn't want to fight, his qing gong is something that I can't compare to. Hall Master Zhao smiled and said, you don't need to belittle yourself. Which disciple from a large sect hasn't been carefully nurtured from a young age? It's just that you and I don't have such conditions. Looking at the qing gong you're talking about, it seems a bit like the Dalan temples crossing the river on a reed. It also seems a bit like the Righteous Alliance's cloud ladder. It also seems a bit like Yi Yu Shao Shao of Ba Mountain's Yi Yu Shao. In short, they're all people that our evil tiger gang can't afford to offend. Cough, we still have to investigate more. We can't wrong a good person. Sun Yiding understood and said, Hall Master is wise. I understand. Hall Master Zhang smiled and said, that's right, there's also the matter of Shichui Mountain. What are those country bumpkins doing these days? Why did they all run to Lu Town? We have to quickly investigate. Not to mention the discussion between the two from the evil tiger gang, the masked young man grabbed the medicine man's arm like a chick and ran along the roof of a house for a long time. The man heard the sound of the wind and was so scared that his eyes were tightly shut. He didn't dare to move for fear that the young man would throw him down. On the contrary, the monkey's face was full of curiosity. It was in the man's embrace, and it stuck its head out of the man's embrace. It looked around, and occasionally it would squeak. After a while, the man stop. After a while, the man heard the sound of the wind stop and his feet touch the ground. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was an empty corner. The man knew that he had escaped with his life, so he immediately lowered his head and kowtowed. Seeing this, the masked young man took a step forward and held the man's arm. It was like an iron clamp. The man used all his strength, but he still couldn't kowtow. The man smiled bitterly and said, Benefactor, you saved my life. No matter what, you should let me kowtow and thank you. If not, I will feel guilty even in my dreams. After he finished speaking, he kowtowed again. Sure enough, the young man didn't stop him this time. After he finished kowtowing, the man said, I know that Benefactor has his own reasons, so I covered my face. I am Chu Zhigao from Dragon Mountain. My family has long since fallen, so Benefactor might not know. However, Benefactor, please remember my name. In the future, if fate wills it, please come to my home for a chat. The young man nodded slightly. Then, he took out a pile of things and placed them in front of Chu Zhigao. When Chu Zhigao looked at them, it was a pile of scattered silver, a stack of silver notes, a sweat towel and other odds and ends. These were the things that the young man had taken out from the fat man's arms. When the young man took out the things from the fat man's arms, Chu Zhigao had already stood up from the ground. Of course, he didn't understand the man's intentions. Now that he saw the money in front of him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He threw himself on the ground again and kowtowed fiercely a few times. The young man wanted to stop him, but it was too late and he could only let him kowtow. After Chu Zhigao finished kowtowing, he didn't stand on ceremony. He took out a few silver notes and a few ornaments and handed them to the young man. He said respectfully, Benefactor, I know that you definitely don't lack these things. However, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is a large amount of 500 taels of silver. Keep it well. However, it's best that you don't exchange it in Lu Town. Their eyes are everywhere here. You may not be afraid of causing trouble, but isn't it best if you don't have trouble? The nearby Maple Leaf Town, Treasure Town, and the slightly further Pingyang City are all fine too. The young man nodded and accepted it. Seeing the young man accept it, Chu Zhigao was very happy. He handed over the ornaments in his hands and said, This is a pair of jade bracelets and a few gold hairpins. They are all of good quality. I'm all alone and it's a waste to keep them. I'll send them to the pawn shop sooner or later. Benefactor, why don't you keep them and give them to your senior and junior sisters in the future? They'll be good gifts too. The young man hesitated for a moment and accepted them. Then, he put them all in his arms. Chu Zhigao was happy to see that his benefactor was so easy to talk to. He cupped his fists at him and said, "The green mountains will not change and the green rivers will flow forever. Benefactor, please take care of yourself. See you again in the future." After he finished speaking, he picked a direction and turned to leave. However, just as he turned around, the young man strode forward and pulled him back. Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Benefactor, do you have any other orders?" The young man still did not speak and pointed in another direction. Chu Zhigao suddenly understood and turned to walk in another direction. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned back to look at the masked young man. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then walked back. Chu Zhigao walked up to him and said, "Benefactor, you saved my life and gave me money. I am very grateful. I always feel that I owe you too much, but I really have no way to repay you. You are a man of Jianghu, and also a disciple of a famous sect, so you must not lack anything. I am from the Dragon Mountain, and my family has declined early. Now I rely on buying medicinal plasters to make a living. My medicinal plasters are really good, but compared to the things in your sect, they are much inferior. I have a medicine book passed down in my family. I have read it for many years, but I still can't understand it. Perhaps it will be of some use to you, so I hope you will kindly accept it." After he finished speaking, he took out a small bag wrapped in oilcloth and handed it to the young man. The young man hesitated and was unwilling to take it. Chu Zhigao knew that the young man was unwilling to take what he liked. He smiled and put it in his hands and said, "Benefactor, please take it first. If you can understand it one day, you can teach it to me. Moreover, if you can really understand it, there is a mysterious place in my family. One day, I would like to invite you to Dragon Mountain. Perhaps there will be another opportunity." Seeing this, the young man nodded and put the small bag into his arms. Chu Zhigao looked at the small bag reluctantly. Finally, he saluted the young man with his fists and walked quickly in the direction pointed out. When he turned the corner, he saw a small city gate of Lu Town. He looked around and did not dare to stay any longer. He followed the crowd and left the city. When the young man saw Chu Zhigao turn the corner, he also looked around and walked to a corner. He took off his clothes and wrapped it in a bag. He held it in his hands and then took off the cloth on his face, revealing his young and childish face. Wasn't that the adorable Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. She put the cloth in her arms and wrapped the clothes into a bag under her arm. She walked along the alley in another direction. After turning a few corners, she saw Zhang Xiaohu leading 2 jujubred horses. He looked anxious. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua appear, he quickly looked back and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why did you take so long? I thought something happened to you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could something happen to me? Let's go. Let's leave the city first. We can talk later." After that, the 2 of them got on their horses and rode out of Lu Town. When they reached a secluded place, Zhang Xiaohua told Zhang Xiaohu what happened just now. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "You are really cautious. You didn't even say a word." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Yes, we must be vigilant. We can't leave any clues for others, even if they are the people we just saved. However, this Chu Zhigao is really generous. He left most of the things I gave him to me." After that, she took out 500 taels worth of banknotes and a few ornaments. Zhang Xiaohu took them. He first took out 4 banknotes and kept them in his arms. He then looked at the other ornaments and handed them back to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua said unhappily, "Second brother, I put in a lot of effort this time. Why did you take so much?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "We have given all the banknotes to father and mother. No matter what, we have to keep some for ourselves. As the elder brother, I spend a lot, so I won't stand on ceremony with you." Chu Zhigao is right. We can exchange these banknotes when we reach Pingyang City. Although these ornaments look good, we can't let mother and sister-in-law wear them. If others recognize them, we will be in trouble. We should pawn them in Pingyang City. Zhang Xiaohua felt the same and wanted to keep them in his arms. However, when his eyes swept across a pair of jade bracelets and a few golden hairpins in front of him, his eyes were attracted by the jade bracelets. It seemed that there was something inside that attracted his attention. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was stirred and her consciousness swept out. As expected, the jade bracelets had a faint fluctuation of vital qi. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and sent her consciousness into the jade bracelets. However, the jade bracelets were not like the small stone or the jade pendant previously. They did not have any reaction. When Zhang Xiaohua increased the strength of her consciousness, the jade bracelets had a repulsive force. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was ejected. Zhang Xiaohua was so surprised that she almost cried out. She thought to herself, "What kind of strange thing is this jade bracelets?" After Zhang Xiaohua carefully kept the jade bracelets and the golden hairpins in his arms, he took out the medicine book that Chu Zhigao gave him. Looking at the item wrapped in oilcloth, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Actually, he did not want to accept the family heirloom at that time. However, he did not want to talk about it. Hence, he forced her to accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Xiaohua, the price of your help is really high. Not only did you get a lot of money, but you also accepted the family heirloom." Zhang Xiaohua said with annoyance, "You said that I wanted it, but Chu Zhigao insisted on putting it in my hands. I had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, I'll give it to you now." After that, she was about to hand over the small bag. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. I don't know many words. Why should I look at it? Anyway, you can go back and give the herbs to Huanqi Villa. This medicine book may be useful. Please collect it, please tip it. Thank you." Chapter 244. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his heart was moved. He felt that it was very reasonable, so he carefully opened the oilcloth bag. The oilcloth bag was tightly wrapped. After opening it for a long time, he finally revealed a thin booklet. The booklet was very thin. It was not even half as thick as the books that Zhang Xiaohua usually read. Moreover, the paper was strange. It was not ordinary paper. It seemed to be a kind of silk. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, he was even more shocked. There was actually an ancient text written on it. On the first page, there were 3 big words, "Bone solidifying pill." Pill? Why was it a pill again? Could it be related to alchemy technique? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel suspicious. However, since he didn't understand the alchemy, he naturally wouldn't understand the things in this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and felt that he should wait until he finished reading Beginner Alchemia first. Why did it say, beginner, too? It should be the simplest. Zhang Xiaohua put away the booklet and wrapped the oilcloth bag again. She thought for a moment and saw that her second brother was standing guard at the side. She took out the money pouch again and used her divine sense to put the oilcloth bag and jade bracelet into the pouch. Then, she put the banknotes and other items into the usual space in the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua saw Zhang Xiaohua put the banknotes into the money bag and said with a smile, "This money bag is not bad. It was just empty for half a day and now there are banknotes inside." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say anything. He put away the money bag. After tidying up, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and said, "Second brother, it's already noon. Are we still going to young Master Li's house?" "Why not? Young Master Li's house is in the southwest of Lu town. You were causing trouble in the east, so it's quite far away. This time we'll go in from the west gate. You've already changed your clothes. Who would know that it was you? Besides, isn't there a saying that the most dangerous place is the safest place? They would never think that we're still in Lu town visiting relatives and friends. Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy and said, "That's great. However, I'm already hungry. Why don't we find a restaurant to eat first?" They rode their horses and entered Lujian's west gate. They found a restaurant nearby and ordered a bowl of noodles and a few side dishes to appease their hunger. It was true that good news never left the house, but bad news spread far and wide. Although Luzhen was not a small town, the news that the fat man of the Zhao family was beaten up and his leg was broken had spread all over Luzhen. Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua were eating noodles in the restaurant and were also shocked. They were afraid that they would be recognized. However, when they listened carefully, Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Apart from the fact that the details of her mask had not changed, everything else was completely different. For example, her face was as white as jade. Previously, she said that she was wearing a mask. How could it be that her face was as white as jade? For example, she was 8 feet tall. Zhang Xiaohua secretly looked at her own height. She had not seen her for half a day and she had actually grown. Also, the voice was loud and clear, like a god descending to earth. Zhang Xiaohua did not even need to speak half a word. As she listened, Zhang Xiaohua straightened her back. How was this talking about her? It was like the ancient people with the surname Lei in the legends. They even helped the elderly cross the road and helped find lost children. What was there to be afraid of? Zhang Xiaohu listened and almost spat out the noodles from his nostrils. He covered his mouth and held his stomach, laughing loudly. After eating noodles, the two brothers came out of the restaurant and rode their horses to look for her. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. "Second brother, why do you think they're talking nonsense? Am I like that?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Of course it's not you. At this time, you are no longer you. You are the embodiment of justice for thousands of years. Alas, there are too many injustices in this world. It always makes people resent injustice." Zhang Xiaohua also praised, "Yes, if there were no injustices, how could we be chivalrous? If every government official was an honest official, then there would be no such title as the Master of Justice in this world." Zhang Xiaohu sighed, "Our strength is still limited. It's already good that we can protect our families. Look at those people just now. Which one of them did not have grievances in their hearts and wanted to find you, the embodiment of justice, to go and save them?" Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "I hate that I don't have thousands of embodiments. I can't be chivalrous in this world and chase away all demons and monsters." Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, "Don't talk about national affairs. Don't talk about national affairs." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and rode her horse to catch up. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street. If they were not excitedly talking about the hero in the restaurant, they were secretly praying that the hero would not come. Otherwise, there would have been people drawing circles in the corner, cursing the playboy for disturbing the people on the street. Li Jinfeng's house was not far from the west gate of Lu town. The Li family was in the tailor business. There was a medium-sized shop in Lu town that was easy to find. However, when Zhang Xiaohua and the others found it, the shop with the sign, "Li family's tailor," was closed. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This was the time for business. How could there be a road that was closed? She gradually had a bad feeling in her heart. Zhang Xiaohu dismounted and looked around. He wanted to find someone to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, young Master Li's house is behind this shop. We can go directly to see. Don't we have to go to his house to ask?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "Xiaohua, this is your lack of Jianghu experience. You can see the real situation if you go directly to his house, but after all, you are not prepared. If there is an accident, you will be caught off guard. It is best to ask around first and have a general understanding of the situation. Only then can you calmly deal with it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Second brother's words were very reasonable. This kind of experience that was exchanged with blood was not something that could be easily understood by people who had not experienced it. The street where Li family's tailor was located was a commercial street. There were many shops of different sizes. Zhang Xiaohu first found a small shop and went in. Zhang Xiaohua led the horse and waited outside. Not long after, she saw Zhang Xiaohu come out with a livid face. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and hurriedly asked tentatively, "Second brother, why did you come out so soon? Did you hit a snag?" Zhang Xiaohu bit his lip and did not speak. He waved at Zhang Xiaohua and signaled her to follow. Then, he came to a large jade shop and said, "Tie the horse there and go in with me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She felt that something was wrong. Seeing that second brother did not say much, she did not dare to ask more. She tied the horse and followed second brother into the jade shop. When they walked into the jade shop, they saw a few shop assistants whispering to each other. When they saw that there were guests, they didn't welcome them as warmly as expected. Instead, they were hesitant. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua and Xiao Yu walked into the hall that a slightly older shop assistant, who looked very experienced, walked up to them and said with a forced smile, "Sir, are you looking to buy jade? Please come this way." Zhang Xiaohua saw that they did not greet the guests at the door. She already felt strange. Now that they were acting like they were reluctant, she was even more surprised. Zhang Xiaohu did not care about the shop assistant's neglect. He said, "Second brother, we are not here to buy jade. We just want to ask about the Li's tailor shop across the street." Hearing this, the shop assistant's face changed dramatically. He shrank back and waved his hand repeatedly, "Hero, please spare my life. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I have 3 lives. Please let me go." Zhang Xiaohu forced a smile on his face and said, "We are not people from Shitsue Mountain. We are just friends of young Master Li. We came to visit today. Coincidentally, we came to ask about it." Shitsue Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua's mind was peng. She understood everything. If it was before, Zhang Xiaohua would have jumped out and ran to the Li's house to see what was going on. But now, she just clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes slightly. She still followed second brother and watched quietly. Hearing this, the shop assistant looked a little relieved. However, he still waved his hand and said that he did not know. At this moment, from the curtain behind the counter, an old man in a minister's uniform came out. Zhang Xiaohua looked very familiar. She seemed to have seen him somewhere. She thought for a moment. Wasn't he the relative of one of the 2 girls that she and second brother saved that day? She had seen him on the roadside. The old man walked out of the counter and waved his hand to signal the shop assistants to leave. Then he looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohu and turned his eyes to Zhang Xiaohua behind him. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes lit up and he looked a little happy. Then he turned to Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "Two heroes, I am the shopkeeper of this jade shop. My surname is Yu. I don't know why you two are asking about Tailor Li." Zhang Xiaohu naturally recognized this person, but he couldn't figure out his relationship with the Li family. He cupped his hands and said, "I am Li Jinfeng, young Master Li's friend. Today I came to the Li family to visit the old man. But I saw that Tailor Li's shop was closed, so I came to ask around." "Shopkeeper," you said, "I heard you say that you are not from Shitsue Mountain. You must know something." Zhang Xiaohu nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Yu was silent for a moment and said, "Please come in. Let me explain in detail." The two of them followed the old man into the back hall. After the tea was served, Shopkeeper Yu asked, "You two say that you are Jin Feng's friends, do you have any proof?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he didn't find it strange. He told him everything about how he met Li Jinfeng and how he met him. Shopkeeper Yu nodded as he listened. When Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he said, "These two heroes are right, it seems like you are Jin Feng's friends without a doubt. I've watched Jin Feng grow up and see him as a nephew. This old man will also be arrogant and call you two nephew." Zhang Xiaohu quickly stood up and Lian Qing didn't dare. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohu to sit down. He then said, "Speaking of the Li family's experience, we have to start from 10 days ago. This old man doesn't have any children, only my daughter Bai He. She grew up with Jin Feng and Yin Feng from the Li family. Jin Feng went to Pingyang City to study and only Yin Feng accompanied his parents. My daughter Bai He and Yin Feng have always been harmonious. 10 days ago, they went on an autumn outing. This old man thought that they wouldn't go far, so I didn't find too many people to protect them. But I didn't expect that they would meet the bandits from Shitsue Mountain." Chapter 245. Shopkeeper Yu drank a mouthful of tea and continued, "My daughter Bai He and Jin Feng's younger sister Yin Feng encountered the bandits of Shitsue Mountain during their autumn excursion and were taken away by a strong person. Fortunately, the coachman escaped with his life and sent us a message. When we reported it to the authorities, we gathered our family members and went to rescue them. We thought it was already too late, but we didn't expect that the two of them were rescued by two disciples of the Dalan Temple and escaped the prison ahead of us. However, the two secular disciples who saved my life have disappeared without a trace." Speaking up to here, Shopkeeper Yu stole a glance at Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua kept his head down and remained unmoved. Shopkeeper Yu continued, "When our two families brought our daughters back home unharmed, naturally we would be endlessly grateful to the benefactors who saved our lives. But it was a pity that we made a mistake and brushed past our benefactors. It made us parents very remorseful, so a few days ago, our two families discussed going to the most famous Shaolin temple outside the city to burn incense to thank the Buddhist disciples for their kindness to us." Saying this, Shopkeeper Yu couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohua again. Zhang Xiaohu naturally noticed all this, but he didn't point it out and just patiently listened. Shopkeeper Yu continued, "The Shaolin temple is quite a distance from Lu town. When our two families arrived at the Shaolin temple, we saw that the temple's doors were tightly shut. Only then did we know that the Shaolin temple seemed to have been attacked by burglars who stole things from the temple. I waited for a day, but still didn't open the doors to welcome the incense. Virtuous nephew must know that this old man's jade shop doesn't open for a year, but if it does, it will last for 3 years. But the Li family's tailor shop is different, so the Li family was somewhat anxious to come back. This old man just happened to have a distant relative next to the Shaolin temple and hadn't visited for a long time, so he took the opportunity to visit him. As a result, this old man's family separated from the Li family." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't move, but the killing intent in his heart instantly rose. Shopkeeper Yu closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "After this old man came back, before I even entered the door, I heard the bad news. The Li family's property was burned and the family of 3 was nowhere to be found. This old man hurriedly went to the ruins of the Li family and sent people to search, but there was no trace of them. After listening to the neighbors, I knew that on the night before yesterday, several strong men suddenly broke into the Li family and kept saying that they were looking for the 2 girls. Someone immediately reported it to the government. And when the government sent people came, the strong arrogantly said that they were people from Shi Mountain and they were doing business here and people shouldn't interfere. How could those weak shrimps from the government? How would they dare to say a word? A few strong men carried a few big bags and left. Before they left, they even burned down the Li family's residence." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it anymore. She slapped the table next to her and the table collapsed, making Shopkeeper Yu tremble. Zhang Xiaohu scolded, "Xiaohua, sit down. It's too late to go now since it happened the day before yesterday. Let's listen first." Shopkeeper Yu trembled as he said, "Heroes, please calm down. This old man also heard from the gatekeeper that on the night the Li family was attacked, a few people also came to this old man's house. They turned this old man's house upside down and left angrily when they couldn't find anyone. This old man thought that these people must also be looking for my daughter. Yesterday, this old man had already sent my daughter to a safe place. After shopkeeper Yu finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohu asked, "Shopkeeper Yu, are you sure it was done by the bandits of Xichui Mountain? And there were no corpses of the Li family in the courtyard of the Li family?" Shopkeeper Yu said affirmatively, "Yes, it was done by them. The Li family has always been generous and has a good reputation in the Four Trees area. How could there be any unnecessary grudges? Moreover, those people kept saying that they were from Xichui Mountain and even came to my house to search. Comparing it with the encounter 10 days ago, the result is self-evident. In addition, I have already searched the ruins of the Li family more than 3 times, but I really didn't find any corpses. Presumably, the bandits took away not only money, but also people." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and asked, "There is one more thing. Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask how to get from Lu Town to Xichui Mountain?" Hearing this, shopkeeper Yu quickly shook his head and said, "Two heroes, I heard that there are hundreds of bandits in Xichui Mountain. If you go there rashly, you will definitely suffer losses. It's better to be prepared. It's better to gather the brothers in your sect and go there together. If you can cooperate with the government and send soldiers, you will be more confident." Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "Shopkeeper Yu, you worry too much. We are just curious. Maybe the bandits in Xichui Mountain will leave the Li family on the way. We will look for them along the way and try our luck." Seeing this, shopkeeper Yu didn't say much and told them in detail. Then, the Zhang brothers said goodbye and were about to go out. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turned back and asked, "Shopkeeper Yu, may I ask why you call this place Four Trees?" Shopkeeper Yu was stunned. After a long time, he came to his senses and said, "It seems that a long time ago, before Lu Town, there were 4 trees here. This is also what I heard from others." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Well, not bad, a good place, a good name." Shopkeeper Yu was even more surprised. Why was this boy's thinking so strange? He didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua had already made up her mind at this time. Shopkeeper Yu sent the 2 of them out, but he didn't leave. Instead, he took the 2 of them to the Li family's house. Sure enough, it was in ruins. Even some of the neighboring houses had been destroyed. Since shopkeeper Yu had already searched, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. After saying goodbye to shopkeeper Yu, they rode the date red horse and left. When shopkeeper Yu saw the date red horse that the 2 of them were riding, his heart was even more tense. He secretly thought that perhaps old Li still had hope. Of course, he was also a little relieved. If the Li family could come back, his daughter could also return home with peace of mind. She didn't have to be worried outside. Then, he thought of his daughter Bai He and Li family's Jin Feng. They were childhood sweethearts. But when they grew up, why couldn't they be innocent? Seeing that Li Jinfeng had 2 friends with such strong martial arts, he wouldn't be bullied in the future. He was really a good candidate for a son-in-law. But why didn't his daughter and Li Jinfeng meet each other's eyes? If not, he was the shopkeeper of a jade shop. His thinking wasn't just for show. The Zhang brothers rode out of Lu Town. Along the way, neither of them spoke a word. They came to visit in high spirits. They didn't spend the money and were in a depressed mood. Speaking of the Li family's tragedy, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of her relationship with Li Jinfeng. From the time they met to the time they became friends, young Master Li had always maintained a good friendship with this youth from the countryside. He didn't attack or despise him. In the future, when they became literate, they had a teacher and a friend relationship. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel the warmth of friendship. During the new year, Li Jinfeng didn't greet Zhang Xiaohua and came to visit. He even put himself in the position of Zhang Xiaohua's friend. He was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to get along well with her temper. Now, the Li family had suffered an unexpected disaster. Li Jinfeng was still far away in Pingyang City and didn't know about it. But even if he knew about it, what could a weak scholar like him do? Ask the authorities for help. Go to Yu City. Ask the Misty School to help. Every path was blocked by Li Jinfeng. As Li Jinfeng's friend, Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of responsibility. Since the Li family needed her strength and she had the ability to help them, what was there to hesitate about? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua called out, "Second brother." At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu also called out at the same time, "Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua saw this and said, "Second brother, you go first." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a while and said, "Xiaohua, I think you and I are thinking the same thing. Li Jinfeng is our friend. He is very kind to us. He is different from Yudai and others. His family is in trouble. If we don't help, not only will we be wronged as friends, but even our martial arts will be in vain." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Second brother, since that's the case, let's split up. You go home and inform your family. As for me, I'll catch up with Shi Chui Mountain and see if I can save the Li family." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohu stopped her and said, "You said the opposite. You should go back to the Guozhuang house and tell them the news. I will go to Shitsui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, I will naturally listen to you on normal matters. However, today, you have to listen to me on the matter of saving someone. You have just started cultivating your internal energy, so how can you be my match? It will be more convenient for me to go." Zhang Xiaohua's words were very true. In the morning in the square, although Zhang Xiaohua did not fight with Sun Yiding, the martial arts he showed was not something Zhang Xiaohu could compare with. Even if Zhang Xiaohu knew that his ethereal magic was definitely better than the reckless bull strength, he had just started practicing it. Distant water could not cure present thirst. But if he let his brother go to Shitsui Mountain like this, he would not be at ease even if he gave 10,000 reasons. In his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was still a child who needed his protection. The two argued for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua said angrily, "Second brother, what are we doing? Li Jinfeng's parents and sister are still alive. Time is very precious. We should go to Shitsui Mountain as soon as possible. How can we face Li Jinfeng if we keep wasting time here?" Later, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Since second brother is not at ease, I will go. Second brother, your martial arts are limited. To be honest, with your current martial arts, you can't even go up Shitsui Mountain. What are you going to do? Forget it. Let's go together. You can keep watch outside. I will use my lightness skill to go in and see what the situation is like." Zhang Xiaohu also thought for a moment and said, "That's the only way. Anyway, we have big brother and sister-in-law at home. We also left enough money for them. They won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Besides, big brother has a descendant now. The Zhang family will continue to have descendants. Let's go to Shitsui Mountain together." Chapter 246. His words were resolute, as if the wind was blowing and the water was freezing. Zhang Xiaohua was also moved when she heard it. She stuck out her small chest and said, "Okay, second brother. Now I know the meaning of sacrificing myself for a friend." Presumably, if young Master Li Jinfeng was in our situation, he would also sacrifice himself. "Him?" Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile, "He is just a weak scholar. He has some skills in calligraphy. In this kind of matter, even if he stands out, he will be the first to be killed. It's better not to stand out." After that, he said, "Moreover, if it weren't for your good skills, I feel that even if you don't succeed in going to Shitsui Mountain, your life may not be in danger. If so, I wouldn't let you go." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you said it very righteously just now. Why are you so petty now? You should know that it doesn't matter if a man does things beautifully or not. When speaking, he must be dignified and beautiful. Otherwise, he can only do things in front of and behind the scenes. He can't even be a deacon. What kind of logic is this? It sounds very empty. Zhang Xiaohua said, the book that young Master Li gave you explained it clearly. Second brother, when you go back, you must read the book carefully. It's terrible to have no knowledge. Zhang Xiaohu said, it's better not to talk nonsense. It's all scholars who harm the country. Isn't it? You're wasting time. Zhang Xiaohua patted her horse and shouted, let's leave these words for young Master Li. I'm just using it as a reference. The jujube red horse was hurt. It neighed and galloped away. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and looked at his brother's back with a smile. Then he also chased after him. Shizue Mountain was some distance from Lu Town. It was in the northwest of Lu Town. It was a road between Guozhuang House and Balagu. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua also passed by the place where Zhang Xiaolong met the bandits during his wedding. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. In these 2 years, she had grown from a person who couldn't fight back to a person who had the ability to save others from the tiger's den. Moreover, it could be said that she had avenged the robbery in Shizue Mountain. The cycle of cause and effect and nature playing tricks on people were really wonderful. Just the moment he passed by that place, Zhang Xiaohua's mind spun with countless thoughts. He gained some understanding of the karma of the world and the changes of fortune. This training of the mind and comprehension of cultivation increased by quite a bit. The gap between Zhang Xiaohua's mind and his inner qi cultivation widened again. Along the way, the two of them discussed in low voices. They sorted things out a little and assigned tasks. Then, they thought about the details in detail. It was only when dusk came that they stopped thinking about it. They could no longer see the distant Shichui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohu was cautious. He dismounted and asked someone before continuing to move forward. When night fell, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. It was not a desolate place. This was a relatively barren mountain range, not a mountain peak as they had imagined. From the foot of the mountain, there was a slightly wide mountain path leading into the mountain. It was probably the path that the bandit leader took. If it was daytime, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu would not dare to walk up so brazenly. However, it was already dark, and their surroundings could not be seen clearly. Only the gray mountain path could be seen clearly. The two dismounted first, and Zhang Xiaohu tore a piece of cloth from his clothes to wrap the hooves of the two horses. Only then did they ride up the mountain path. Sure enough, the sound of horse hooves was almost gone. The two people and two horses quietly walked in the mountain under the curtain of night. The mountain wind was bleak, and the chirping of insects was incessant, but there were no traces of people. After waiting for half a meal's worth of time, the two of them climbed up the first mountain. This mountain wasn't very high, but it stretched as far as the eye could see. The view was broad, and they could see the lights on the mountain in front of them from afar. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Second brother, there are lights on the mountain. It must be the main peak of Shizue Mountain." Zhang Xiaohu said, "It should be there. However, the closer we are to the bandits, the more we can't be careless. Maybe there are bandit sentries on the road. If we are discovered by them, tonight's rescue operation will be terrible." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I'll listen to the arrangement of second brother." Zhang Xiaohu looked around and pointed to the woods in front of them. He said, "Let's go to the woods first. Leave the red horses here and let them rest. When we rescue the people of the Li family, we still need to rely on them." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he cried out, "Aya, second brother, we left in a hurry and forgot that there are only 2 horses. How can we carry 5 people?" Zhang Xiaohu patted his head and said, "Yes, I also forgot. What should we do?" The two thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk about it after we rescue them. We don't know how many people we can save. The two tied the red horses in the woods and carefully walked to the mountain road. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, as you said, there must be bandit sentries or traps on the mountain road. We should go from the side." Zhang Xiaohu pointed to the lush pine trees next to them and said, "We can only go through this forest, but I don't know if this forest is safe or if it can lead to the foot of Shitsui Mountain." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Second brother, you don't have to worry about this. As long as there is a forest, I can go through it." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Well, your lightness skill should be fine and you shouldn't alarm others. However, I can't do it. I haven't practiced my lightness skill well." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, second brother. I'll help you." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the lights in the distance and said, "That's the only way. However, don't grab my neck. Just grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and said, "Second brother, isn't it better for me to carry you?" "Humph," Zhang Xiaohu snorted and said, "In that case, I will lose all my face. It's not appropriate. You'd better grab my arm." Zhang Xiaohu now weighed no more than 100 kilograms. With Zhang Xiaohua's arm strength, it was really negligible. Why would Zhang Xiaohua care about carrying him like this? Later, Zhang Xiaohu looked at the terrain and told Zhang Xiaohua in detail about the walking route. Only then did he let Zhang Xiaohua carry him under his arm. With Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, they jumped to the treetops. At this time, the moon had not risen. Zhang Xiaohua carried her second brother and ran like a wisp of smoke. According to the route that Zhang Xiaohu had already told her, they flew among the treetops in the forest. This mountain road was the only way to Shitsue Mountain. How could there be no traps on the road? How could there be no sentries in the mountain forest? Perhaps it was because of the notoriety of Shitsue Mountain that few people so blatantly broke into the mountain, making the patrolling bandits lose their vigilance. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill was so good that she avoided the sentries early. In short, Zhang Xiaohua was not discovered by the sentries along the way. On the contrary, there were several groups of bandits who were either drinking, gambling, or sleeping. They were all seen by Zhang Xiaohua from afar and avoided. With Zhang Xiaohua's current true qi cultivation, she could still cope with the consumption of true qi from the levitation skill. When she reached the top of the mountain and jumped down from the tree, she did not use much true qi. Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it, but Zhang Xiaohu was greatly shocked. When he was in the Lotus Escort Agency, he followed Fourth Master Wen and saw his lightness skill. Now looking at Zhang Xiaohua's lightness skill, although it was still a lot worse than Fourth Master Wen's, Zhang Xiaohua had just learned it not long ago. Moreover, the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's hands could not be underestimated. In this aspect, Fourth Master Wen could not compare with Zhang Xiaohua. After all, Zhang Xiaohu was performing lightness skill with Fourth Master Wen, a living person. Jumping off the treetop, they were very close to the mountain stronghold. In the distance, they could see that the gate of the stronghold was open and brightly lit. Several bandits were guarding the gate with weapons. There were also several people on the gate of the stronghold, holding bows and weapons, patrolling left and right. It was completely militarized management. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Second brother, the security here is so strict. It doesn't look like a motley crew at all. It seems that the plan we discussed on the way needs to be improved." On the way, Zhang Xiaohu felt that the bandits of Shitsue Mountain were just a motley crew. The management must be chaotic. For example, the gate of the stronghold should be closed, and there might not be anyone guarding it. Although he did not know lightness skill, he could let Zhang Xiaohua take him in. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Who would have thought that this famous mountain bandit was actually worthy of its name? The security was really strict. At this time, if Zhang Xiaohu still went in with Zhang Xiaohua, it would inevitably involve Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Well, Xiaohua, you go in and have a look. I'll wait for you outside. You can observe the situation first. Don't do anything." It's better to find a bandit when he is unprepared and torture him to find the trace of the Li family. Then, come back. We'll make a plan after discussing it. Zhang Xiaohua listened and remembered it carefully. Then she used her lightness skill and carefully followed the shadows of the trees to the front of the stronghold. Although she was close, there was still a long distance. Even if she used her lightness skill, she would inevitably be discovered by the bandits, not to mention that she had to jump over the wall of the stronghold where the bandits were patrolling. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the orderly patrolling of the bandits and could not help but think of an idea. He bent down and picked up a small stone from the ground. He used his internal force and threw it in the other direction of the gate of the stronghold. There was a bang sound, which was particularly obvious in the silent night. The bandit guarding the gate of the stronghold was shocked and immediately looked in that direction. The bandits on the wall of the stronghold also shouted, "Who is it?" They all ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain had worked. Her courage grew and she ran under the wall of the stronghold. Looking around, she jumped up the wall. Her body paused for a moment, then she immediately slanted and slid into the inner side of the wall. Although there was a bandit beside her who was looking in the other direction, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a swallow and did not startle him. When he felt something strange and looked back, Zhang Xiaohua had already slipped into the shadows of the wall. The bandit looked back and did not see any movement. He looked left and right and then walked back and forth on the wall. He did not know that in his moment of distraction, he had let someone slip into the stronghold. Chapter 247. Zhang Xiaohua slipped down the wall and hid in a dark place. His heart was beating wildly. This was the first time he tried such a dangerous thing, so he was inevitably nervous. After calming down a little, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at everything in front of him. This was a chaotic place. Behind the wall was a large open space with many things thrown in a mess. It was hard to see what they were in the dark. On the other side of the open space were some messy houses built. The fire on the wall was bright, but it only illuminated the edge of the open space. The houses in the distance were faintly lit. Zhang Xiaohua could hear the noise coming from there from afar. It must be very lively there. Looking at the open space that he had to pass through, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. How could he pass through here without attracting the attention of others? Moreover, what was the situation on the other side of the house? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an impulse to slap his own face. He just remembered that he could use his divine sense. Why did he rush up the wall without investigating? Alas, he was still not used to it. It seemed that he had to practice this skill more in the future. Thinking of this, he immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, the movement on the wall behind him was clear at a glance. This divine sense was really a necessary weapon to kill and set fire on a moonless and windy night. Then, he swept towards the house. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. His divine sense could not detect it. However, Zhang Xiaohua secretly thought, the house is unusually noisy. There must be something lively. How could someone sneak out for no reason? Moreover, looking at the inside of the mountain stronghold, it is orderly and disorderly. There is no one patrolling. It seems that the focus of the mountain bandits is outside the stronghold. The inside of the stronghold is sloppy and ordinary. Zhang Xiaohua finished thinking. His divine sense swept the wall again. Sure enough, there were many guards on the wall. They were walking back and forth, but their faces were facing outside. Very few people paid attention to the situation in the stronghold. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. The real guards were really useless. Then, he found a gap and flashed out of the black shadow. Using his lightness skill, he drifted towards the house like a faint shadow. At the same time, he released his divine sense to observe the house closely. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the house, he sensed a person walking around unsteadily. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He immediately stopped and lay on the ground. There were a lot of things in the square, and he couldn't find any firelight. He wasn't afraid of being seen. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua bent down, the door of the house in front of him opened. A man in disheveled clothes yawned as he walked out. He looked around and muttered, "A bunch of idiots. How dare they imitate other people's formations and patrol the night? Bandits will always be bandits. What kind of militarized management is this? Even if they've replaced their shotguns with cannons, they're still bandits." After saying that, he actually took off his clothes and started urinating in the square. Zhang Xiaohua was not far away, so she heard the man's words. She could not help but think, learning military management from others? What did that mean? Is there any change in this mountain village? When the man came back, Zhang Xiaohua got up again and quickly went to the house. She flew up to the roof and then quietly bent down to rest for a while. Thinking of her series of actions just now, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud. Could it be that she had the potential to travel at night? When she was satisfied, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense again to explore the house. It was not until then that Zhang Xiaohua found that there were still quite a lot of houses in this area. The houses on the edge were indeed messy and were built randomly. Looking at the center, there were also stone houses, mud walls, pavilions and small courtyards. The planning was very standard. Even if it was not as large as Huanqi Villa, it was more than enough to compare with a village in the countryside. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the people living on the edge of the house were small bandits. If she wanted to know about the Li family, she had to go inside. Making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua once again used her lightness skill and walked all the way along the roof. There were many houses in the mountain village. They were built in rows and were close to each other. Zhang Xiaohua walked on the roof, her footsteps were very light and did not make any sound. Not long after, she had already arrived at the center. Here, Zhang Xiaohua was more careful. The small bandits on the periphery had limited martial arts, so of course, they could not find her. The deeper she went, the higher the status, and the more profound her martial arts and experience would be. If she was careless, she would inevitably be found. The bandits in the house were active and noisy. Zhang Xiaohua did not know where to start for a while, so she had to walk slowly and pay attention to the sounds everywhere. Just as she was walking, a rough voice came into her ears, "Damn it, that beauty was handed over just like that? Brother Su, tell me, what is this? We worked so hard and risked our lives to get this beauty from the evil tiger gang's territory. Originally, we wanted to go back to the mountain village and have some fun, but before we even reached the village gate, we were seen by the master. If this is the case, we might as well have some fun at the foot of the mountain." Another voice sounded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, her heart was shaken. Wasn't this voice the slightly older bandit, Brother Su, whom she had met in the forest that day? That voice said, "Old Chow, you should be content. Didn't those valuables from the Li family also get divided among us? Usually, the master doesn't care about this, but now it's different. The divine sect has people in the village, and the master is trying his best to please them. If the divine sect can favor our Shitsue mountain, won't we be able to ride on their coattails in the future?" Old Chow shouted, "Brother Su, you're really open-minded. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people don't like to talk to us? Even if they want to support us, they should go to the evil tiger gang. We're just a mob." Brother Su smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. The evil tiger gang has its disadvantages, but our Shitsue mountain has its own advantages. Didn't you see that the divine sect's people have already given us advice? They're doing some militarized management, patrolling at the foot of the mountain, and guarding at the gate of the village. It's completely different from before. Presumably, they'll give us some benefits in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the evil tiger gang is hard to control, would they have chosen us?" Old Chow said, "What militarized management? It looks neither fish nor fowl. It looks like it on the outside, but isn't it the same inside the village? Moreover, Shitsue Mountain has been here for so many years. Who dares to come up the mountain? What kind of people are they? Groundless fears. Brother Su corrected him and said, forget it. We're just minions. We'll just follow the chief to make a living. If the chief hadn't come to the village this year, we would probably still be hungry. Okay, let's drink, let's drink. Then there was a burst of toasting sounds. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when she heard this from the roof. The divine sect. What kind of sect was this? Why hadn't she heard of it? However, she had heard about Li Yinfeng from these bandits. She just didn't know if she had come too late. After thinking about it, she scanned the room with her divine awareness. There were 5 or 6 people in the room. They must be the group of bandits in the woods that day. Zhang Xiaohua thought, there are so many of them. I may not be able to kill them all at once. It's difficult not to disturb others. Did I save Li Yinfeng before? At this moment, another wretched voice rang out, I don't know what the stockade master is thinking. He actually didn't throw those 2 old farts off the cliff and even wanted to serve them well and treat them like his own parents. Brother Su laughed and said, you don't know. In the afternoon, I peeked at the man from the divine sect. He looked romantic and elegant. This kind of person is the most romantic. The chief let us offer the beauty to him because of his temper. I'm just afraid that the beauty really suits his taste. If we throw her parents to death, won't our village be blown down by the beauty's pillow wind? Anyway, it's just a few meals. Let's just treat it as feeding pigs. Now the chief is accompanying her and will enter the bridal chamber in the evening. If the people from the divine sect don't say anything, it won't be too late to kill them then. Brilliant, Brother Su, you're the leader of our group. You're really amazing. You're simply a roundworm in the chief's stomach. Come, us brothers propose a toast to you. We hope you can continue to grow under Brother Su's care in the future. Well said, well said. Brothers, let's drink. In a few days, we'll go down the mountain and take a look. I heard that Bali Valley, Guizhuang House, and Guanyin Temple have a lot of good stuff. Let's go take a look. That's true. A few years ago, the chief also went there with the former chief. At that time, the chief even brought back a chief's wife from there. When we have time, we really should go take a look. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted. It seemed that she had come in time. The Li family of 3 were actually still alive. Seeing them, she had to act quickly. If she was a little late, she might not be able to redeem Li Yinfeng's innocence. But when she heard that they were going to Guizhuang House, she couldn't help but be furious. But now wasn't the time to kill. She'd better settle the matter at hand first. After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua secretly remembered the location of this row of houses and walked along the ridge of the houses. After a while, the houses under her feet became more magnificent and much taller. Estimating that she was about right, she released her spiritual sense again. After a moment of scanning, a trace of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. In front of her left, in a magnificent hall, 2 people were sitting, laughing and talking. The banquet hadn't been set up yet. Servant girls in rough clothes were serving the dishes. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and walked forward, tiptoeing. She gently landed on a foot under the eaves and climbed down. She didn't stick her head out, only pricked up her ears and used her spiritual sense to scan. In the hall, she saw a mediocre-looking person dressed in magnificent clothes say, "Envoying, I'm so happy to see you again. The food and wine in this mountain stronghold is crude and unbearable to eat. Please forgive me." The other person was also dressed in embroidered clothes. His 2 eyebrows were slanted upwards, and he had a frivolous appearance. He played with a folding fan in his hand and smiled, "Chief Lu is too polite. It's not the first time you and I have met. Why bother with this?" As he spoke, he stretched out his folding fan and knocked on the buttocks of a servant girl who was serving dishes. The servant girl was so frightened that she trembled and almost dropped the plate. Chapter 248. Seeing this, Master Lu was not surprised. He called out, Xiaolan, don't serve the dishes. Sit next to the emissary. Xiaolan was not bashful at all. She put down the plate and moved closer to the emissary. The emissary waved his hand repeatedly and said, Master Lu is overthinking. I'm just having fun. Master Lu laughed and said, like I said, why did the emissary's taste suddenly change? Well, Xiaolan, you can leave. Xiaolan was a little disappointed. She saluted and left. Master Lu said, Emissary, please have some wine. I have already found you a pretty girl from a humble family in the VIP room in the back hall. I guarantee that you will like her. The emissary raised his eyebrows and said, Is that so? Master Lu is so courteous that I feel ashamed to receive you. Come, Master Lu. Let's have a toast. Master Lu quickly raised his cup. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the VIP room in the back hall, he frowned. The pretty girl from a humble family must be Li Yinfeng. So when Zhang Xiaohua was about to get up and rush to the back of the hall, he heard the emissary's words again, Master Lu, I've been here for half a day. I heard that the thing in the Shaolin Temple has been obtained by your brothers. When can you show it to me? This time, I came here especially for you. Master Lu laughed and said, Emissary has just arrived today. We haven't received you yet. Let's just talk about the wind and moon today. We can talk about other things tomorrow. In Zhang Xiaohua's ears, these words were like passing wind. He did not pay attention to them at all. His figure did not stop at all. He drew a trace in the night and went straight to the backyard. It had to be said that the ethereal steps was magical. Zhang Xiaohua was just a beginner, but he was able to enter the Shizui mountain as if there was no one there. And just as Zhang Xiaohua entered the darkness of the backyard, Emissary Ying spoke again in the hall, Master Lu, don't worry. The divine sect will not delay any of the conditions that they promised you. Moreover, in order to show that they value you, the divine sect has sent an important person here. I'm just a scout. Ah. Really? Stockade Master Lu's hand trembled, and the fine wine spilled from the wine cup. He looked pleasantly surprised. May I know when your esteemed one will arrive? When Emissary Ying heard this, he frowned slightly and said unhappily, How can we know the whereabouts of the big shots? Perhaps he has already arrived, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow, who knows? I know. I'm sorry for my rudeness. I really want to see the glory of a senior in the martial arts world, Stockade Master Lu answered awkwardly. Senior martial artist? Ha! Envoy Ying did not express his opinion. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had already entered the rear courtyard. She spread out her divine sense and scanned the surroundings. The rear courtyard was quite large and very quiet. There were only a few dim lights. Zhang Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. With a few leaps, she scanned all the places with lights. She didn't see Li Yinfeng's shadow. At this time, two maidservants came out from a room with lanterns in their hands. As they walked, they said, What a pity. She's as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. She hasn't even enjoyed life and is about to leave this world. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, weren't we like this in the past? Once you get used to it, you'll be fine. Stockade Master Lu is not very lecherous at all. Perhaps he will take her into his room. Sister, you're wrong. This time, she doesn't serve people from the stockade. I heard that she is from some divine sect. I heard from the stockade people that this divine sect is the best at gathering yin to nourish yang. After tonight, she will be a skeleton. Ah! So powerful. Alas, this morning, I was ordered by the stockade master to persuade her in the embroidery house in the garden. It's a pity that such a pure and beautiful body is wasted. If only she was given to me. The two maidservants walked away while talking. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he used his spiritual awareness to scan the distance. Sure enough, there was a garden in the southwest corner. There was no light. He immediately used his lightness skill to fly over. When he was near, he scanned the small buildings. There was really a person lying there quietly on the building in the middle. It must be her that the maidservant mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be careless. He stopped on the building and used his spiritual awareness to scan it carefully. After confirming that there was only that woman lying there, he turned over and walked into the room quietly. The person on the bed in the room heard someone enter the room and could not help but move. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the bed, took out a fire starter, and casually lit it. When he looked at the bed, he saw a girl lying there. She was tied up tightly with her back to him and was struggling with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and called in a low voice, "Li Yinfeng." "Sister Li." The girl was struggling. When she heard his voice, her body immediately stiffened. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and flipped the girl over. He held the fire starter close to her and saw the tear stains on Li Yinfeng's face, and her mouth was stuffed with something. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, her eyes were filled with joy. Zhang Xiaohua whispered again, "Sister Li, I'm Li Jinfeng's brother Li's friend. I'm here to save you. Don't say anything." When he finished speaking, he reached out and took out the thing in Li Yinfeng's mouth. Li Yinfeng took a few deep breaths and was a little surprised. She sobbed and asked, "Aren't you a lay disciple of the Dalan temple? How do you know my brother?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Don't ask so many questions first. I know Brother Li in Pingyang City. However, now is not the time to talk. Let me get you out of here first. We can talk about how to get out of here." Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rope that Li Yinfeng was tied up with. It was not a good time to find a knot. She took out a small sword from her chest and channeled her vital energy into it. She used the small sword to gently cut the rope, and the rope broke. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword with satisfaction. It did not seem to be sharpened and kept it in her chest. Li Yinfeng's hands and feet were free. She wanted to stand up, but she had been tied up for a long time and her blood vessels were blocked. She struggled twice and did not succeed. Zhang Xiaohua went forward to help her up. After moving a few times, she heard Li Yinfeng ask, "That, little brother, my parents?" she asked very hesitantly. Zhang Xiaohua said softly, "Don't worry, I will go and save your parents immediately. You wait here for a while. After I save them, I will bring them here and we will go out together." "Oh right, Sister Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohua." Li Yinfeng heard and looked around fearfully. She took half a step forward to be closer to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I am very scared here. Instead of you bringing my parents here, why don't I go with you? Before this afternoon, I was with them. I roughly know where they are and I can show you the way." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, Sister Li, you go with me. Anyway, I will bring your parents here later." "Why don't I bring you there now?" "Oh right, tell me the rough location first," Li Yinfeng said in a low voice. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "Okay, I have a rough idea." After that, she blew out the fire and said, "Sister Li, don't talk on the way." Li Yinfeng was a little surprised and thought, "If I don't talk, how can I show you the way?" However, she still whispered an "okay" and followed Zhang Xiaohua out of the room. When she was about to go to the stairs, she heard Zhang Xiaohua whisper, "Sister Li, don't move and don't talk." Then she felt a small hand grab her shoulder and her body immediately rose into the air and went straight to the roof. Li Yinfeng was shocked and almost cried out. At this time, she suddenly remembered that when she first saw this young man, didn't he fly like a big bird from a horse? Could this be the Qinggong that was mentioned in the book? Before Li Yinfeng could think of a second idea, she had already followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. She stopped for a while and went straight to the place that she had just mentioned. Li Yinfeng was dressed in plain clothes and was very eye-catching in the night. However, in this mountain stronghold that was tight on the outside but loose on the inside, who would pay attention to her? Along the way, Li Yinfeng kept her mouth shut, afraid that she would make any noise and alert the bandits. Her body was also tense and she did not dare to move, afraid that she would disturb Zhang Xiaohua's qinggong. After a while, the two of them climbed over many houses and corridors and stopped in front of a row of dilapidated houses. Zhang Xiaohua stopped for a while and then jumped down with Li Yinfeng. She pointed to a house that was lit and said, "Sister Li, is this the place?" Li Yinfeng had long recognized that this was the house that they had stayed in before. She was secretly shocked. She had just roughly described it, how did this young man know it so clearly? If he had not saved her before, she would have suspected that he was one of the bandits. Li Yinfeng nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door and entered. The house was very empty. The floor was covered with straw and two old men were sitting there, crying secretly. When they saw someone push the door and enter, they looked up angrily. When they saw that it was an ordinary young man, they were very surprised. When did this bandit become a young man? Moreover, his expression was also warm and not as fierce as before. What was he selling in the gourd? Without waiting for the two elders to speak, a girl immediately ran out from behind the young man. Crying, she called out, "Daddy, Mommy." Wasn't that his daughter, Li Yinfeng? What was going on? The young man closed the door and said, "Sister Li, now is not the time to cry. It won't be too late to suffer after we go down the mountain." Shopkeeper Li was overjoyed when he heard the unfamiliar young man call out so intimately. Could it be that this was his hero? Then, he immediately recalled that his daughter had been saved by a young lay disciple. Could it be this person? He didn't go back to the Dalan temple. When Li Yinfeng heard this, she quickly wiped her tears and said, "Father, Mother, this is my big brother's good friend. His name is Zhang Xiaohua. He came to save us. Let's go with him." The two old men naturally knew the importance of this matter. Without asking anything, they prepared to get up and leave. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Uncle, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have to think about how to take you out." Manager Li was taken aback and blurted out, "Virtuous nephew, you walk in front, and we'll just follow behind you." Chapter 249. Li Yinfeng whispered, "Father, don't talk. Listen to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Sister Li, I'll carry you on my back later, okay?" Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Shopkeeper Li was still a little puzzled. His daughter could walk well, so why did she need him to carry her? This young man was thin and not even as tall as his daughter. Could he carry her well? Zhang Xiaohua said again, "Sister Li, you must hold my neck tightly and don't let go." Li Yinfeng blushed even more and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua said to the two old men, "Uncle, Auntie, when I take you out later, you must be careful not to make a sound." The two old men nodded and thought, "Isn't this nonsense? If we make a sound, it will alert the bandits. What can we do?" After that, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and went out. Shopkeeper Li hurriedly grabbed his arm and said anxiously, "Little hero, you have to open the door first to see if there's anyone outside. This is common sense." Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "Ha, this is the first time I go into a tiger's den to save someone. I'm not experienced enough. But I know there's no one outside." Shopkeeper Li didn't believe him. He opened the door first and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one outside. Then he opened the door and the four of them came out quietly. Shopkeeper Li pointed in the direction of the gate and said, "Little hero, I remember the gate is over there. But when we came in, I remember there were many people guarding there. We can't go through." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle, it's okay. I'll take you there." Shopkeeper Li was skeptical, but he still said, "Well, let's go. We'll go along the corner. There are shadows there. They can't see us." Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, uncle, auntie, stand still. I'll take you there. We don't have much time. I'm afraid we'll be seen if we walk there." After he finished speaking, he gestured for Li Yinfeng to lie on his back. Then, he used his left and right hands to support the two old men under their armpits. He circulated the true energy in his entire body, and his figure suddenly flew up, heading straight for the roof in front of him. The two old men were still pondering over the sentence, "Stand still, I'll take you there." They thought strangely, if you don't let us walk, if you let us stand still, how are we going to get there? Although it wasn't very high, it was their first time, and they couldn't help but feel dizzy. Before they could wake up, their bodies followed Zhang Xiaohua to the roof. Then, they heard a few people talking and laughing as they walked past them. After waiting for a while, they felt as if they were riding on the clouds, flying from one roof ridge to another. Sometimes they would hide in a corner, and sometimes they would hide in an abandoned house. In short, they would safely avoid the bandits every time. When the two old men's minds gradually became clearer, the four of them had already reached the edge of the house. Zhang Xiaohua put the two old people down and said, "Sister Li, come down and take a breath of relief." Only then did Li Yinfeng let go of the arm that was holding Zhang Xiaohua breathlessly. Her face was crimson red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "Sister Li, can you still hold on?" Li Yinfeng moved her arm, shook her teeth, and said, "It's okay. If it was a little longer, I might not be able to hold on." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister, now is a dangerous time. It's a temporary measure. If your arm really can't hold on, don't you still have your legs?" Li Yinfeng's face was about to bleed. The two old men next to her turned their heads, pretending not to hear or see. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes didn't pay attention to them. She looked at the distant wall of the village. The distance between the house and the square was too far. Her divine sense could barely reach it, and it was very difficult to clearly determine the position of others. If someone happened to look around the square, wouldn't she be immediately exposed? If she was alone, or if there were only two people, she would be able to free one hand. If she met anyone, she could block them. But there were three people, one in each hand, and one on her back. How could she deal with them? But looking at the time, it was already late. Presumably, the banquet of the village master and the envoy had already begun. When they found out that Li Yinfeng had been rescued by her, the entire village would come to look for her. Even if her qinggong was powerful, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth. She would risk it. In any case, they were all looking outside the wall. At this moment, they were probably tired. Who would look back? Then, Zhang Xiaohua said to the three people, "You guys should be ready. This is the last and also the only dangerous place. After passing this place, everything will be easy to talk about." Although the three people felt that it was very strange, there were many torches on the walls of the village. They guessed that there were many bandits patrolling. How could there be no danger? But they still nodded obediently. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense stretched out towards the village wall. She roughly saw a vague outline. Feeling that this was a good opportunity, she immediately carried Li Yinfeng on her back, grabbed the two old people, and flew towards the empty square. Less than half the distance, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could already touch the village wall. At this moment, someone happened to be bored and turned around. Zhang Xiaohua immediately crouched down. That patrolling bandit seemed to have seen a huge black shadow, but it disappeared immediately. He rubbed his eyes hard. When he looked carefully again, he didn't see anything. He pulled the person next to him and asked, "Brother, I just saw a wide and big black shadow in the village. It was in the square. Do you think an outsider came in?" That person laughed and said, "Brother, did you drink too much last night? Our village gate is unprecedentedly tight. Even a fly can't fly in. How could someone come in? Moreover, what did you just say about a wide and big black shadow? A person's shadow is long and narrow. Could it be that you saw wrongly? If you don't, then you must have seen a ghost." That person shrank his neck and shivered. How could a normal person have such a shadow? Could it be that he really saw wrongly? It was better that he saw wrongly. If it was a monster, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, that person didn't dare to look any more and hurriedly patrolled elsewhere. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Xiaohua quickly got up and rushed down the village wall. Only when she entered the shadow of the wall did she breathe a sigh of relief. She put down the two old people in her hands. Li Yinfeng also quickly let go of her hands and feet and jumped down. Well, it wasn't jumping, but straightening up. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua was halfway to success. As long as she jumped over the wall, she could fly freely. However, the other three people didn't understand. They were still nervous. There were bandits constantly passing by above them. How could they get past them? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the movement on the wall. She still picked up a stone from the ground and took the opportunity to throw it to her right. Zhang Xiaohua's strength was now very strong. After a while, she heard the sound of roosters and dogs barking from the other side. The people on the wall naturally ran in that direction. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to take the three people and jumped up the wall. Without hesitation, they flew down and landed in the forest. Behind them, they heard a hoarse voice resounding through the square. "That bastard threw a stone. Does he have any morals? He smashed the back of my head. Who will pay for the medical expenses?" In the forest, Zhang Xiaohu was restless. His brother had been gone for a long time and still hadn't returned. However, the patrols on the village wall were still there. There was no abnormality. Presumably, his brother hadn't been discovered. If it wasn't for his poor lightness skill, Zhang Xiaohu almost wanted to go and take a look himself. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was feeling anxious, he saw a huge shadow appear on the wall and quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. Where did this monster come from? Just as he was about to dodge, he borrowed the light from the torches on the wall and vaguely saw a few human figures. Only then did he realize. Could it be that Xiaohua had brought people out? When he looked again, it was indeed the case. Both hands were holding two old men. Their eyes were tightly closed. In the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. Both hands were tightly clenched. Why were there two more hands and two legs in front of Xiaohua? When he looked carefully, there was actually a long-haired girl on her back. Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He wanted to go forward to welcome her, but Zhang Xiaohua's speed was extremely fast. Just as Zhang Xiaohu was hesitating, she had already flown into the forest. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, "Xiaohua. Is that you?" "Second brother, it's me." Zhang Xiaohua replied and placed the three people on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu looked at the three people in disbelief and said, "Xiaohua, how did it go so smoothly? Could it be fake?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and said, "How difficult did you think it was? This is just a bandit's lair. I am the dignified founder of the Fist of the North Star. Saving people is as easy as flipping my hand." Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother had safely come out. His heart was also relieved. He smiled and said, "You keep bragging. Let's hurry up and leave. If we don't get discovered, all our previous efforts will be wasted." Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. She said, "Second brother is right. But, how do we go down the mountain?" That was because when they arrived, he was carried up by Zhang Xiaohua. When they came out of the stronghold, Zhang Xiaohua had one person in each hand and one on her back. If they were to go down the mountain now, unless Zhang Xiaohua grew a third hand, The path from the stronghold to the outside of the mountain naturally could not be taken. They could only let Zhang Xiaohua carry the 4 people through the forest. If they were to pass through the forest, the mountain was so high. It was probably impossible. When Zhang Xiaohua was at her wit's end, Li Yinfeng said tiredly, "Isn't this big brother Zhang Xiaohua's senior brother? Can't you bring one person?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Miss Li, my name is Zhang Xiaohu. I'm also Li Jinfeng's friend. However, I'm not Xiaohua's senior brother, but her biological brother. I want to bring one person. I have enough strength, but I don't know Qinggong. I can't go up and down the mountain. I can only use my feet step by step on the road down the mountain." Li Yinfeng thought for a while and said, "Then please bring my father and let Zhang Xiaohua bring you. Won't that be fine?" However, Li Yinfeng said in distress, "It's too difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to bring the 4 of us. It's better to do it twice." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shook her head and said, "Forget it. Don't come twice. Time waits for no one. If you're not careful and get caught by the bandits, it'll be too late to regret. Come on." Everyone was puzzled and asked, "Why?" "Miss Li, come up," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 250. Coming out of the village, although Zhang Xiaohua was carrying 3 people, Li Yinfeng and her mother were light as a feather and did not expend much effort. This time, with the addition of Zhang Xiaohu, his weight was equivalent to 2 people. Zhang Xiaohua carried Li Yinfeng on his back, with his right hand supporting Li Yinfeng's mother and his left hand supporting Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu did not have the strength of his younger brother, so he could only ask for forgiveness and use his arms to clamp onto Li Yinfeng's father. He was just using all his strength to clamp onto them, but the one who exerted most of the effort was still Zhang Xiaohua. Carrying 4 living people while displaying his Qinggong, Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not afraid and did not feel strenuous. However, the Jinqi in his body was greatly depleted. Just now when he went in to search for Li Yinfeng, he had already used up some. Bringing the 3 of them out, he had used up several times more. It seemed that the amount of Jinqi consumed when using his Qinggong was related to the weight. Zhang Xiaohua estimated that with the amount of Jinqi in his body, it should not be a problem to bring the 4 of them to the other mountain. Thus, he took a deep breath and secretly activated his Heart Sutra. The Jinqi in his body circulated wildly and with a tap of his foot, he executed the ethereal steps. His body floated up and landed on a treetop. Following that, he released his divine sense to the maximum and quickly rushed down the mountain. Although there were hidden sentries in the forest, it was already late. The entire mountain was only filled with the sound of the wind, the rustling of leaves and the occasional howling of animals. How could the people in the hidden sentries think that someone would pass over their heads? If not for the village chief repeatedly emphasizing the need for militarization and to strengthen the execution, they would have already run back to the village. Why would they be obediently looking at the somewhat white path in a daze? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua very easily led the 4 of them and avoided several hidden sentries. They safely arrived at the place where the date red horse was placed. Seeing that they were about to reach the place, Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his Jinqi when he suddenly discovered that his meridians were empty. There was not the slightest bit of Jinqi left. He could not help but be shocked. At this moment, his body was in midair. In a hurry, he said in a low voice, "Second brother, get down." He casually threw Zhang Xiaohu to the ground and his own body fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohu was also a martial artist and his skills were naturally strong. Being in midair was actually the height of a tree, so of course it was not difficult for him. With a single stride, he jumped to the ground. Although the forest was pitch black, he was able to stand very steadily. At the same time, there was a sound next to Zhang and Zhang also very easily to the ground. Zhang landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice, "Xiaohua, why aren't you walking? Have we arrived at the place?" Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, "It's right in front of us. Right now, I don't have any Jinqi left, so I can't use Qinggong. I can only put you guys down." Li Yinfeng came down from Zhang Xiaohua's back and quickly asked, "Then is your body okay?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "It's okay, big sister Li. After a while, I'll be fine. Let's go, the date red horse is not far ahead. We should quickly leave the mountain." Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, "The night is pitch black, how do you know that the date red horse is just ahead?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feeling, second brother. A man's sixth sense." Thus, Li Yinfeng supported her mother and Zhang Xiaohu supported shopkeeper Li. Under Zhang Xiaohua's lead, they walked forward for half an hour before they found the date red horse. 5 people and only 2 horses. This made things a little difficult for Zhang Xiaohu. Manager Li said, "Nephew, this old man knows how to ride a horse. Why don't you let me and my family ride one, and you two ride the other? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "This place is very far from Lu Town. If the 3 of you ride together, the horse won't be able to withstand it. How about uncle and auntie ride one, and second brother and Li Yinfeng ride the other? Is that okay?" Li Yinfeng was a bit embarrassed. Shopkeeper Li thought for a bit and said, "This matter is urgent and is also forced by the situation. We can only do this. Fenger, let's do as nephew says." Li Yinfeng didn't know if she nodded or shook her head. It was too dark to see clearly, but she didn't say anything. Naturally, she agreed. Shopkeeper Li asked again, "Nephew Zhang Xiaohua, will you ride with us or with your second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I won't ride with you. I know Qinggong. I'll use it to catch up with you." Zhang Xiaohu said strangely, "How can that be? Your body is very light. You can ride the same horse as us. Why do you have to use Qinggong? Besides, you don't have any true qi in your body. How can you use Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Second brother, time is tight now. Why are you so wishy-washy? If I ride the horse, it will definitely be slower. Besides, if the people from the mountain village catch up with us, they will definitely catch up with us. Won't I be working in vain tonight? Besides, if I wait here for a while, maybe I can block them and let you run farther. Forget it. Who do you think you are? You're not a real hero. Why do you stay here? Brother Li's family has been rescued. Let's go back together." "It's fine, second brother. I have my own plans. Besides, even if they see me, they won't think that I'm the one who saved them. Also, don't forget that I'm a disciple of the Dalan Temple. How would they dare to touch a single hair on my head? Well, forget it. I won't go. I'll go with you. If I go back like this, I won't be able to explain it to my parents." "Don't, second brother. Sister Li can't ride a horse. Even if she can, the road from here to Lu Town is not very safe. It's late at night. Don't you worry about them traveling alone." "Well." Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. "Second brother, get on the horse quickly. Listen to me. I'll rest in the woods for a while. When there's no movement in the mountain village, I'll go back tomorrow. If we hesitate for a while, they'll really catch up with us." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaohua, second brother knows that I'm not good at martial arts and can't help you. But you must be careful. When we leave, quickly recover your martial arts and catch up with us with your Qinggong." "I know, second brother. Don't worry. When has your brother ever suffered a loss? Didn't the little bald donkey from the Dalan Temple also fall into my hands?" "Ha, okay. I'll take them away. Catch up with them as soon as possible." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohu no longer hesitated and got on the horse. Li Yinfeng was also helped by Zhang Xiaohua to sit behind him. Then he helped shopkeeper Li and Li Yinfeng get on the horse. Li Yinfeng's mother, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice, "Xiaohua, you're a good child. Come back quickly. We'll wait for you in Lu Town." "I know, Auntie. I'll go back tomorrow. It won't be long." After he finished speaking, he gently patted the red date horse's butt. The two horses stomped on the ground and quietly galloped down the mountain. After running for a while, the two horses stopped at the same time. The people on the horses all looked back, but it was dark and they couldn't see anyone. Soon after, they heard the sound of horse hooves. Ta, ta, ta. It gradually went farther and farther away. Slowly, the sound of horse hooves could not be heard. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the edge of the forest at the top of the mountain. She didn't wait for them to go far. She took out the primordial stones from her arms and absorbed them with all her strength. Instantly, a long and vigorous stream of primordial qi rushed from the meridians in her hands to her dantian. Zhang Xiaohua felt her whole body was incomparably comfortable. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua stopped absorbing the primordial qi. She secretly circulated her qi and hurriedly improved her cultivation a little. She used her spiritual sense to examine the two primordial stones. The primordial qi inside did not seem to show any signs of decreasing. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think that her cultivation was really weak. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, this kind of primordial stone would be discarded after being absorbed a few times. She had already absorbed it twice and still hadn't absorbed much. Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stones away and got up to stretch his body. Looking at the fire in the mountain stronghold in the distance, his pupils shrank slightly and flashed a trace of killing intent. He insisted on staying. On the one hand, it was to slightly resist the pursuers of the mountain stronghold and lead them to another direction. The most important thing was that the bandit named Brother Su had touched his bottom line. He had saved Li Yinfeng, which had already made it clear that he was a disciple of the Dalan Temple. This group of people even planned to take Li Yinfeng back to the mountain stronghold. They even robbed the Li family's property and burned their house. It was clear that they didn't treat bean buns as dry food. They didn't give face to him, a disciple of the Dalan Temple, and bullied him because he was young and a foreigner. The most hateful thing was that they wanted to go to the Guozhuang House, Balagu and Guanyin Temple to search for beautiful women. Thinking of the tragedy of the neighboring village being robbed by Shitsue Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. He didn't want such a tragedy to happen in his Guozhuang house again. He didn't want the bandits to disturb the peaceful life of his family. For his parents, for his brother and sister-in-law, he had to stay. He had to stay and take the lives of those who had eaten the courage of the leopard. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even intend to let go of the head of the mountain stronghold and the messenger. If it weren't for his limited martial arts, he even wanted to destroy Shitsue Mountain. Of course, he couldn't tell his second brother about his thoughts and words. He knew that his second brother wouldn't let him take the risk alone. Perhaps he would stay, or perhaps he would take him away. However, neither choice was his own. He was more willing to destroy any enemies that threatened his family before they sprouted. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out the small sword. The feeling of it being his own arm made him feel a sense of pride. He thought to himself, small sword, did you not taste enough blood last time? Today I'm going to make a fortune. Then, with a tap of his toes, his figure floated to the top of a high tree. His divine sense swept forward like an antenna. His figure didn't stay in the forest any longer. Like a wisp of smoke, he rushed to the stronghold of Shitsue Mountain. The hidden sentries in the woods were even more slack and almost fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua came to the bottom of the stronghold wall again. At this time, there were fewer people patrolling on the stronghold wall. Only a few people were wandering back and forth listlessly. Zhang Xiaohua found a chance and climbed up the stronghold wall. This time he didn't rush down, but looked up and looked around. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and laughed in his heart. Habitual thinking kills people. Chapter 251. The wall of the bandit stronghold of Shitsue Mountain was a small semicircle. In the middle of the wall, there was a square between the house and the wall. It was easy to be discovered from the square, but the wall was connected to the house. The left and right ends of the wall were built on the mountain rocks, and the houses of the stronghold were built against the mountain. As long as one walked to the end of the wall, one could walk to the house along the shadow. When Zhang Xiaohua went in, she didn't pay attention. In order to save time, she crossed the square at the risk of being discovered. And when she came back, she didn't think much. She just went back from where she came from. She never thought that if she walked to the end of the wall, she wouldn't be discovered by the bandits at all. Thinking that she was almost discovered with 3 people just now, Zhang Xiaohua secretly reminded herself that she should pay more attention in the future and carefully observe the terrain. She should never make such mistakes again. After criticizing and self-criticizing, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to find a new route. Anyway, there were no people patrolling. Why should she take a detour? Her genuine qi was painstakingly absorbed from the primordial stone. There was no reason to waste it. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and got down. She still skimmed across the square. Under her divine awareness, she was not discovered by anyone. According to her memory just now, Zhang Xiaohua came to the place where the bandits' brother Su and others were drinking. When the banquet reached the climax, everyone was drunk. She heard old Chao say, "Xia Shunzi is so scheming. He actually sprinkled the 1,000-mile incense on that girl's car. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to find that girl in a short time." Another voice sounded, "Brother Chao, didn't I tell you not to mention that girl again? She's not ours anymore. It's useless to talk about her. It makes us feel itchy." Old Chao said, "Well, I won't say it. I haven't said it all night. Now I really can't stand it anymore. Alas, how could we be seen by the chieftain? It would be better if we left earlier. Presumably, that bullshit messenger is having fun now." A voice said, "Old Chao, you're drunk. You'd better talk about something else." "That's right, let's talk about Xia Shunzi's cleverness. Tell me honestly, did you really find the Li family's lass with that 1,000-mile fragrance?" Xia Shunzi said, "Hee, Brother Su guessed correctly. There are many people in Lu town, and the smells are mixed. The 1,000-mile fragrance is indeed useful in open areas, but when I'm there, how can I smell it? I don't have a dog's nose." "Ah." Old Chao said, "You actually lied to me and made me envious of your intelligence. Oh right, without the 1,000 miles incense, how did you find the Li family's door?" Xia Shunzi chuckled and said, "In this world, there are many people who like to gossip. Everyone has a gossipy heart. I only sat in the tea house for a while and casually asked about interesting things in the city. Someone who likes to show off told me about the robbery of the Li family and the Yu family's daughter from 4 trees. It only cost 2 copper coins for the tea. It's a pity that the Yu clan's young lady isn't here, and there's no one at home. Otherwise, we would be able to do something big. Don't worry, they won't run away. We'll just go again another day. Okay, brothers, let's drink, and then we'll go together." "Okay, let's drink." Everyone drank a few bowls. Zhang Xiaohua, who was listening on the roof, was angry, but there were 6 people in the room. He didn't have the ability to kill all 6 of them at once. As long as one of them shouted, who knows how many people would hear it in this kind of night. At this time, Old Chao said, "You guys drink, I'll go out and waterproof." After saying that, he left the room alone. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and followed him to a corner. Old Chao stood crookedly, whistling while waterproofing. Zhang Xiaohua walked behind him and patted his shoulder. Old Chao ignored him and said, "Wait, I'm not done yet." Zhang Xiaohua continued to pat him. Old Chao anxiously said, "Who's so annoying? Are you looking for a beating?" After saying that, he turned around and saw an unknown young man. Just as he was about to say something, the young man suddenly came forward with something in his left hand. With the help of the light from the window, he saw that the young man was actually holding a toy sword in his hand. Before he could take a second look, the sword was already at his throat. When the small sword reached his throat, it clearly paused, as if it was hesitating. Old Chow felt a wave of fear, but he didn't feel anything sharp at his throat. He immediately understood that it was just a toy, and the tip of the sword hadn't been sharpened. He couldn't help but grin, and said the last sentence of his life, "Where did this little brat come from? How dare you joke with me? Watch how I deal with you." After saying that, he reached out to grab the toy. At this time, another voice sounded from the side, "Brother Chow, who are you talking to?" Then, old Chow felt a chill in his throat. Then, he covered his neck in disbelief and fell to the ground weakly. Even before he died, he didn't understand how this unsharpened toy could pierce his throat. The young man who killed him was Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, when his dagger was at old Chow's throat, he did hesitate. After all, he had never really faced killing before, so he couldn't do it. However, the person behind him had blocked his escape route. If he didn't stab with his dagger, tonight's operation would be ruined. He could escape, but the Li family, Yu family, Guozhuang, and Balagu might suffer. In a situation where there was no way out, he had no choice but to stab with his dagger. When he pulled out the dagger, he saw old Chow lying limp on the ground. His life was so easily dodged by him. He felt a wave of confusion in his heart, but soon after, he felt a wave of relief. So this was how killing people was, how easy it was to kill people. At this time, he was already unable to summarize his experience. There wasn't much time left for him. The person behind him was about to turn the corner. Zhang Xiaohua immediately slid to the side of the wall. The person just happened to lean out half of his body and was still saying, "You didn't drink too much, did you?" His words suddenly stopped. A small sword easily pierced his throat. It was gentle, like a lover's kiss. The only difference was that the lover left a red lipstick mark, while the small sword left a faint red. The people in the room didn't know that something was wrong outside. After drinking for a while, they still didn't see anyone coming back. Brother Su said, "Zia Shunzi, go with Xiao Li and see what happened to old Chow and the other two. Did they really drink too much? Carry them back. It's still early, so it's not their style." Zia Shunzi and the other person answered and came out. As soon as they turned the corner, they saw the two people lying on the ground. They laughed and said, "Old Chow, oh old Chow, I've never seen you like this. When you wake up tomorrow, how will I scold you?" Before the two people could go forward, Zhang Xiaohua descended from the sky. Her left hand held a sword, and her right hand formed a claw. She stabbed the sword into the throat and grabbed it with her other hand. With a slight force, there was a crack sound. Blood seeped out of the corner of the person's mouth and he fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the corpse lying on the ground. It was no longer as agitated and trembling as before. She whispered, "It's better to use a sword. It's clean and nimble." There were only two people left in the room, and they were both drunk. How could they be worthy of his attention? Brother Su was still drinking with the other person in the room when he heard a knock on the door. He couldn't help but frown and say, "You don't have hands. Open the door yourself." However, the knocking continued. He was angry. He got up and strode to the door. He opened the door and said, "Who the hell are you?" In front of him was Zia Shunzi, who had just gone out. His eyes were closed and his head was drooping. Brother Su laughed and said, "Zia Shunzi, don't tell me you just went out for a while and fell asleep." Unfortunately, Zia Shunzi didn't reply. Brother Su felt that something was amiss. He was about to call someone over when he saw a short figure emerge from behind Zia Shunzi. The faintly discernible face was actually very familiar. Brother Su called out, "Dalan Temple." Just as he finished speaking, a small sword pierced his throat. There was no resistance. Brother Su died with remaining grievances as he looked at the young boy in front of him and fell to the ground. There was only one person left in the room. He was drunk when he heard Brother Su call out for the Dalan temple. He couldn't help but be shocked. When he saw Brother Su fall to the ground and revealed the lay disciple, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His drunkenness completely disappeared as he shouted, "Help!" Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua rushed in front of him like lightning. The man didn't have time to dodge. He only managed to lean slightly to the side before the small sword pierced his throat and he stopped breathing. When the last person fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She wiped away the sweat that was about to flow down. She thought to herself, "Lucky." Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and said on the ground, "Oh, I forgot to leave him alive. Ask him where the money is hidden." As she spoke, she used her divine sense to sweep the room. She didn't find anything. Presumably, the money was hidden somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. She carried the corpses into the room, blew out the light, and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, an idea flashed in her mind. Why not take the opportunity to kill the fort master and let Shui Mountain be leaderless and peaceful for a few years? Moreover, she didn't get any benefits from this trip. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua floated up the room and sneaked toward the hall. In the hall, the banquet was not over yet. The two of them were talking about something. Zhang Xiaohua was not arrogant just because he had killed a few small fries. Although he did not know how good the martial arts of the head and the messenger were, the head could command the entire Shitsui mountain. How could he control the situation if he did not have some martial arts? Presumably, he was no match for them. If he wanted to kill them, it was better to do it suddenly. And the emissary seemed to be from some divine sect. Such people dared to come out to represent a sect. Which one of them wasn't a master? Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that he could beat them. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua floated to the back of the inner hall. She used her divine sense to sweep around, trying to find a good place to hide. But before her divine sense found a hiding place, she found that there seemed to be a fluctuation of primordial qi under the ground of the back hall. "Please collect, please tip, thank you."